Mic checks, mic checks. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Mic checks, mic checks. Wow.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
The fuck did I just break? That's fucking out of hand. Alright, so that's fun. Let me go ahead and get us started with a poll in chat.
Hello, motherfucker.
Okay, I'm gonna run this poll for the next 5 minutes. We'll let you guys kind of see what you want to do about this. For meantime, let's go ahead and get marbles going on this. We've got Mallycat, Stoneberg, and Natural Queen Bee. This is the previous match that was going on. Poor Mally. I was like, I'm not gonna raise you for a loan. You're gonna beat me up. Take my lunch money. And you know, he is. That's what Mally does. We've got a new sheet pulled up. Let's go ahead and get Discord going. And roll. Yeah, that's a good plan. That's what I just was doing, is roll. I need to roll the other two and be set up and good to go. Not that I'm going to be streaming for 4 hours. This is probably going to be a short one, maybe an hour, hour and a half or so, and then I'm going to head out. Because I got a lot of work to do and I'll still still. Some videos, generally. Should I time me? Oh, how long it takes me to roll one? You can time me, I guess. Are we gonna start now or what? We're gonna play the market set. On your market set go or what? I don't really need the grinder. These guys are coming apart. Oh no, time my hour. Yeah, I mean it would be 12:15. It's about when we started or so. So I mean, we can time it like that. It's not terrible. It's not crazy, but it is crazy. Let me go ahead and share the go lives. sharing all the go lives. Why is my mom's server so far away from everybody else's? Shameless self-promotion. I mean, I've got 2 rolled up. What's your point? Okay, so we shared the go live. So we're live. Here we go. I'm going to start the countdown on the race. We're going to see if Mally's going to beat us. Let me get this lights going. I should brighten the room up a little bit. There we go. Get a little bit of natural sunlight in here, imagine. Alright, Robo Arcadia is in. Thank you for joining. Robo Arcadia is the original one that everyone's racing against. So right now, Natural Queen Bee's in the lead, closely followed by Mallycat. Mallycat's in the lead. No, now Stonebrick's in the lead. Ooh, what is going on here? Ooh, Stonebrick's in the lead now, only barely. Natural Queen Bee off to the races today, starting things off right. Natural. Wait, who's in first? Oh shit. Yeah, Nat's still in first. Oh damn. I just want to know who put all these fucking tires in the way. Really? 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 No shit. Where's my pen at? That's out of hand. Lost that bet today.
Wow!
I'm all astonished, imagine. Alright. I got the first one today, look at that. Let's go ahead and find a random track. So, let's check the poll to see If anybody voted? Nobody voted on anything. Oof. I'm gonna actually figure out a way I can set this as part of the live stream, so when we have these, they're accessible. Yeah, because you can't see. Part of the problem is I don't think anybody can see that there's polls happening. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. NST. Twitch polls. Let's add a browser source. Twitch poll. So, you know, like you vote. So I've been running Twitch polls for different things. And it's supposed to pop up in Twitch chat, but a lot of times you don't get a chance to see it. I'm guessing. Alright, so we're gonna try to run this again. We're gonna see what this looks like, because I don't really know what this is gonna look like. Alright, we're gonna start the poll. Let's see if it shows up. Oh, it did show up, but you can't see it because I fucking set up like a moron. Hang on a minute. That looks a little bit better. Let me go ahead and let me edit this one more time. Alright. I like that size. That looks good. And then I can go back into the overlays, grab the Twitch polls, and then change the size of it. Probably down in the bottom right-hand corner, or is that hard to see?
God damn it, Bongwater!
Motherfucker. I knew you were gonna start with that shit. Good morning, Bong. Or afternoon. We were running this thing. Can you see this poll in the bottom right-hand corner, or is that too small? Let's see. I guess I can make it like that. That way it's a little bit. So here, let me bring it up in size, something like that. Just so that way it's not taking up the entirety of the screen, but most of the screen. Hi, I just woke up. It's 1 p.m. Oh my goodness, bro. That'd be nice. I would love for that right now. Alright, so feel free to vote in the poll. If you can see it, you should be able to interact with it in chat, in Twitch chat. Like, it should be prompting you to vote if it's doing its job right. And when that thing finishes timing down, it'll display what the results are. Broke the fuck up out of that blunt wrap. Oh shit, we got one vote for Fallout 76. Oh, I didn't put Generation Zero up there. Oh well. Yeah, we'll do that tonight or something. So far we got Bongwater and Stone. Natural Queen Bee's in now? Alright. How's Nugs doing today? You guys doing good? How's she feeling? Oh wow, we've got two for 76. Wow, alright, I guess 76 is it. So let's run these marbles and then we'll toggle over to 76. "15 seconds, get in." Did you vote, Nat? Did everything work out? I don't even know if I'm gonna roll up that other one. That other one's all broken. Oh shit. I'm doing good, walking on it. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. I got to see my very good friend James yesterday, and he hurt his knee pretty good, so he's in kind of rough shape. But it was really good to get to see him, and he's generally in good spirits and stuff like that. So that made me really happy. We had to talk about a bunch of stuff. I guess he got a bunch of new machine equipment and stuff. So when we go back out to Las Lunas, he's really excited. He wants to work on a bunch of new projects and stuff. So I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do this. And he's, like I said, got a bunch of new equipment. He got a actual milling machine, like a real fucking mill. And then he has a multi-process welder now. So I'm gonna try to get a bottle of argon gas and some new rods, and I guess we need a TIG torch, and then I can start practice TIG welding, so I can start fixing my exhaust and all this other kind of weird, goofy shit that I've been trying to do, you know, for years now. So it'll be a lot of fun now. And then of course now with me knowing how to work stone and then having a milling machine, that'll be interesting. Yeah, I think it's exciting. And then of course he's got me all hooked on, there's this company that does like auctions for companies around, like, you know, businesses that go under and stuff. And they have all of this like fucking laboratory equipment and stuff for sale. What's a mill? A mill is like it looks like a drill press. It looks like a drill almost on the end of like a big like machine arm that you turn with a crank, so you can make very fine precision machine cuts of stuff. So for instance, we'll use this grinder for example. So this grinder started off its life, even though it fits together like one piece and it looks like one thing, it was actually made as probably several different pieces of metal that were hooked together, that were, you know, like in a chunk of metal. And then what they do is you take a drill bit. We're gonna use my Dremel here for lack of a better demonstrative tool. You can actually do this with a Dremel, so it's like the same kind of idea. Except for with a mill, it's hooked to like an arm, so it will precisely move. Like you turn the little crank and it moves forward or back, and then you turn another crank and it goes up and down. And so you can carve and cut shapes out. So for instance, see my little duckies? Like if we were cutting these out of plastics, then we would just carve them and do the whole thing, and you mill just like that, and to be able to cut pieces out of it and stuff. So like let me show you the inside of the grinder is a good example of what it would look like. Because if you have a grinder at home, you've seen this before. But if you look on the inside of it, you can see actually these marks from where they were cutting on it using the machine head that's in here that's carving everything out. So you can do a lot of that type of stuff. So for me, I have a lot of pieces that I need to make, like pieces for my guitars, pieces for the cars, just a lot of little weird fixing repair shit that would be a lot more helpful to do. Like I've made stuff like that using a drill press, where I take like a vise, right? Like a, you know, it's like a little clamp that you roll up, you squeeze in there to squish something and it holds it. You take it like a drill press, so it has like a plate, and then it's got that drill that's sitting on top of it, and then you just roll this little wheel, and it punches down and makes cuts. No, this is actually the opposite. So 3D printing is called an additive process because you're adding material together to put stuff together. Very much like if you're doing like clay or sculpting, things like that. That's an additive. Painting is an additive process. We're talking about milling is a subtractive process. So we're going to take like, I'm trying to get an example here. So this is a brick, a solid brick of metal. Actually, I have bricks of metal. I could grab a brick of metal if I didn't have my head in my ass. But imagine this is a brick of metal, right? So we're going to actually go through and carve down the metal till the buttons are showing, or whatever shape it is that we're cutting out of it. So you just keep carving and removing the material away until the shape that you want is carved out of the thing. You were taking diesel potty? Yeah, no worries, bro. I know how it goes. But yeah, so that's what he's got. He's got a milling machine, and then he's got a multi-process welding machine. So it does stick welding, it does TIG welding, it does MIG welding, and wire fed or flux core welding. All depending on what you have it hooked to, I think it is. So what I would need to do for TIG welding is I would need to get a TIG torch. Obviously the tungstens that are for that, which are they're like the little metal rods that actually conduct the electrons through to make the welding happen. And then you know, so it would be the tungstens, obviously TIG welding gloves, which are they're more flexible than like the stick welding gloves that I use. Like I know, you know, you normally see welders use the big fat thick leather gloves. Baumgartner won the second one. Fucking A. I knew he was. Let me cue up the next match. But anyways, so the idea is with TIG welding is you can weld things that are much thinner or smaller or a little bit more detailed or intricate without so much force. Whereas like arc welding or stick welding is what it's called, is generally better for a little bit thicker pieces, like things a little thicker than like 1/8 of an inch. I think it's like 3/16 or greater of an inch is what you want to be stick welding with. And I have a stick welder. It's just not the greatest thing in the world. It's a little cheap ass Harbor Freight one. And it works, but it's not the greatest ever. Okay. Catch up on all the messages. Man, it's a rough day. Well, I mean, yeah, definitely don't sleep on the Harbor Freight. I mean, I made my entire wood stove and all my projects that you saw in the air with that Harbor Freight welder. So it's not a bad thing at all by any stretch of the imagination. It's just not super great for certain things. It can be a lot rougher. And the problem is, like, really is, especially like with stick welding, if I'm running it on a 220 outlet, it's no problem at all. If I'm running it on a 110 outlet, that fucking thing does not get penetration. It doesn't get, you don't get, like, you don't get real welds. It just is just fucking spraying bird shit on it. It does nothing, so. But if I run it on 220, works perfect all day long. No worries, doesn't trip about it. It's great. Poor Joe Stallman's doing rough today. We need to send good vibes her way. I'm going to be heading out there to go help fix the gate. She broke her arm a few months ago. I guess it's like a few months ago now. And so she hasn't been able. Normally she's super handy and she really does everything. And she's kind of super busy like that. And because she hasn't been doing anything, it's just really taking the wind out of her and just really adding in some serious depression. So it's been rough. It's been rough on everybody. I don't know anyone that's taking it super well this year. Seems like we're all just getting the shit kicked out of us. But I'm gonna be going by and helping her try to fix that gate and hopefully try and get things sorted out. Because one of my topics of conversation today was I was gonna be kind of making jokes about. It's not a joke. It's kind of a serious conversation though. Is the concept or the context of the Sabbath, which is a concept from Jewish lore and stuff like that. Was so the story goes, God made Earth in 6 days, right? And on the seventh day he chilled the fuck out and he vibed out and he said this shit's good. And in that same idea and memory, he was like, you all are supposed to chill the fuck out, every seventh day, you know what I mean, and just vibe out and fucking don't do shit. And I was always like, as a kid, I was like, why is that? Because everyone always presents it like, fucking God's gonna punish you for not doing shit because you're a bad person for working on the Sabbath or whatever. And that's not even, I don't even think that's really what it's about. Like, especially as I've gotten older and been like doing shit and like, just been around shit. I don't even think that's even what it's about at all. I think it's one of those, it's like, it's gonna sound kind of fucked up saying it this way, but it's like, all right, you went around and you made the whole fucking world in 6 days. Yeah, I'd fucking chill the fuck out too on the 7th day. I wouldn't do fucking nothing. Like, don't ask me to do shit. I ain't taking out the fucking trash. I ain't fucking doing nothing. I ain't cutting no grass. I ain't fucking none of that shit. Like, I'm rolling blunts and I'm filling my coffee cup and making dinner, and that's like it. I ain't doing shit. Bong, how the fuck did you just get yeeted like that? Oh, you're good. So it kind of makes me wonder if that's where the idea of the story came from, you know, that's like, because no cultures have that. In general, in the wild, you don't have that shit. You don't have like an opportunity to chill the fuck out. In the wild, you better run your ass off every fucking second, or something's gonna fucking eat you, or fuck your shit up, or something terrible is gonna happen, or shit's gonna get all buck wild, and you're gonna get all fucked up. And so the idea of it almost seems like conceptually where they were coming at it from was, all right, I need all y'all to get your shit together, and for 6 days out of this fucking week, y'all gonna bust your fucking ass off, and you're gonna get all your shit done, and you need to work so fucking hard that you can chill out on this one day of the fucking week. And if you don't have your shit together to chill off on that one day of the week, you're not pulling your weight, and you're a bad motherfucker. You're not a good way, you know what I mean? You're fucking slacker or some shit, you know? So you're religious. I'm satanic because you believe in the world we stand, and the values we stand for. Well, and that's usually where all of this shit comes from, you know what I mean?
The game was rigged from the start.
Fuck! I hit the button. Wait, did I really win that one? Oh shit. But it's one of those weird things because no cultures have that. Like, you need to chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Quit fucking around. Well, and really it comes down to you need to be doing so much work during all these other days of the week, so you cannot do shit on the one day of the week. You know what I mean? The idea is you're just supposed to fucking... And the idea with it is not just supposed to chill out. You're supposed to chill out and you reflect on what the fuck was going on, what you do during the week. What'd you make? What'd you think? What'd you do? What kind of fucking hardships went on? Who's being a fucking asshole? How can we remedy that? You know, there's a kind of a lot of that shit that goes on with it. So it's an interesting thought process, because comparing that to like natural law and order, like nature never takes a day off. Like, there is no day off in nature. You know what I mean? The bugs don't stop eating. You know what I mean? The spiders aren't going to stop trying to bite your ass. One day of the week. Nothing in nature's doing that shit. So, like, where the fuck do we get off thinking that you get to just chill for one day a week? And then that's really where it seems like it comes down to, like, well, you have this cognitive capability and capacity to do so much more work. Like, animals generally don't think about having to gather in excess, except for in seasonal increments, where it's like, you better eat enough food so you don't freeze your ass off through the whole winter, or make sure you have everything gathered up enough so you have enough food to get through the winter or whatever. Like, from that aspect it makes sense, but not in like a more short-term basis. It almost seems like it's an evolution from like the predatory mindset. Like, if you can hunt enough meat or enough product to survive for that, then you don't have to hunt every day of the week. You can chill out, and if you can save that one day, you can use that energy for all kinds of other shit. You can think about what you need to do. You know, you can, like I said, reflect on the past. You can think about the future. You can create plans. You can do all, because you can't do that when you're in survival mode. That's one thing I can say for a fact. I've been really thinking about this because I run just nonstop fucking my whole life. And it's generally not a good plan, because the only time I ever chill out is whenever I have like a serious breakdown. Like, something goes wrong, my body goes wrong, my fucking mind breaks down, whatever the case is, fucking my equipment breaks down, any of that shit. So I don't chill out. Like, I don't take time otherwise to fix nothing, you know what I mean? Usually people freak out when they say I'm a Satanist. You must know the true values. We get a bad reputation. It's not as bad. Any religion gets a really shitty reputation, because especially when you're looking at anything based on any form of dogma, any type of strategy or order or structure, you're gonna get people that look at things differently, because it's a very different value set from whatever they're used to. It doesn't matter what your original frame is. When it's something so vastly different, you're like, oh fuck, I don't know what this is about. And really, a lot of it comes down to, when you start boiling down a lot of these things, a lot of the key things that we come up to are very natural rules.
They're very natural kind of ways of responding with the environment and situations around us. You can call it whatever the fuck you will, but the fact is that we have to find and work these mechanisms to be able to survive. And we share that information with each other over time, whether it's through books, whether it's through stories, whether it's song and dance, whether it's carving on the fucking walls, by literally every mean and available resource to us. We will try and convey these messages, partially for ourselves so we don't lose our own minds. I think as artists, that's a big thing. You try to convey these messages by whatever means you can so you don't lose your shit. And then also, from the aspect of, like, in a craft sense, you're trying to make sure that the information is stored. Partially, like I said, it's you on the inside trying to relieve pressure for yourself, and then part of it's also, so if I'm going through this, somebody else is probably going through this also. Maybe they can reflect and utilize the same information. And it gets really weird when you get to certain things. And that's where it's really fun looking at kind of narrative interpretations. When you look at the stories, look at the context of that, and then you're able to kind of derive what you think is going on with it. And then you're able to kind of chew the same information over and over again and come up with different results depending on what you're thinking about. And so it's fascinating, it really is fascinating, especially when you get into what anybody thinks is anything to do with anything like religious or political or philosophical or scientific. It's the reason why we've developed these mechanisms is to be able to talk about everything that's unpleasant, that's mostly unpleasant to us. I think the first place is where it bothers us is these are questions that bother us in our own soul, that cause us to really sort of reflect and to kind of think deeply, like, what about life, what about death, what about the meaning or purpose of any of this, where's my purpose in any of this, all these other kind of things that sort of fit together and kind of look out, that are really, there are only problems that come up from excess. Like, if you're worried about survival, you're not going to really worry about it. But if you're worried about survival, you're not developing in some of these other key critical areas that you may need and not realize that you need. So that's just find it interesting, the concept of, because, like, so the Jews are like, everybody on the Sabbath, nobody's supposed to work. You can't have the homies over and have them working. You can't have, you know, your slaves or workers or anybody working, not your fucking dogs, fucking not the cows. Nobody works. Everybody chills the fuck out, which is a really radical concept. Because, like I said, nature doesn't chill out. So how is everyone supposed to chill out for one fucking day? You know what I mean? It's realistically, functionally, how is that supposed to happen? That's where one of my problems with unified rule sets and ideas like that, because and rule sets like that are usually only work for a certain level of scale. Once you get kind of beyond a certain level of scale, I'm gonna go ahead and fire this up right now. If anyone wants to get in, exclamation point play. It's one of those really weird things that, because scale changes so much, I think, and we're trying to adapt so much to so many different sizes and times, and my grandfather was a staunch atheist, had no belief in any kind of concepts of anything, but he did have one thing that he believed in more than anything, which is human ingenuity and the things to change. And he said the one thing that changes for humans, the only thing that changes for humans, is the materials that we build our world out of. That's it. And he said what he really said when he meant that, and he said this by, you know, how he explained it further, is that we never lose the materials that we build with. We only find new materials to build with all the time, or we invent new ways around certain problems or situations. So we've had aluminum for 3,000 years. We've had iron for 3,000. We've had almost all the same materials on Earth have always ever been here. What we have is new ways of thinking about how we're going to solve these same problems. How can we apply these same materials, or how can we apply new processes to these same materials to get a different result? And so that's where the beauty of human ingenuity, I think, comes from. And I think that's something that really we try to facilitate culturally by embracing the weirdos. And we also try to prevent it in certain ways by ridiculing the weirdos. And as a weirdo, I've been a party of both of these processes. I mean, I've given students of mine a hard time about shit like this, where I'm like, hey, quit being, don't drive yourself mad in circles over nothing that people have already spent and lost their lives trying to figure out. A bit of research will really help with some of this stuff because you can kind of sort it out. But I myself am also one of these dummies that absolutely lives to try stupid shit. Even if we know that it's been done before, fuck it, let's do it anyways. You know, let's make a volcano, you know, with, you know, chemicals mixing together and see what's going to happen. You know, or whatever the case is. Let's try to fuse metals together that can't be fused together otherwise. Because you come to find is people that embrace the stupidity and are willing to kind of ride that edge. Damn, Bongwater won again. 2 for Stone and 2 for Bongwater. You find that the cultures that really kind of embrace that weirdness, that oddness, that difference, can find some of the most revolutionary things. And a lot of that is not necessarily the cultures that embrace it, but people that fight against it. So, like Soviet Russia, for instance. Talk about Soviet Russia. Soviet Russia was very harsh about cutting down any thought or anything that was very different from them politically. But one thing that they really embraced and really pushed scientifically was people that were rule breakers or people that didn't want to fit into conventional boxes or didn't want to sit things. Like, they would fund certain types of research that we would think is absurd. Like, I have this book from this lady from it's like the mid-50s. And it's funny because you always hear, there's no women in science. So this chick in the 50s, Russian, I forget her fucking name. I can't pronounce it anyways. But what she did is she had this great big blast furnace and was capable of insane temperatures. And she would take these materials, different, you know, types of elements and put them in this furnace. And she would just crank the heat on. And most of the time when you do material tests and things like that, they usually run it for like between 1 and 3 passes, I guess. And they usually will do fire testing and things like that, you know, up to 9,000 degrees or something like that. But they'll do it for like 5 or 6 minutes, mostly to keep the cost down because it's so expensive. Well, this fucking lady would sit here and take materials, put them in this furnace, crank it to full fucking volume, and leave it for weeks. Like, literally for fucking days and weeks, and in some cases months. At just insane temperatures to watch how they would cycle. And she found out that certain elements would change position and shape and behavior depending on how they were exposed to certain heats and pressures over a course of time. So you could get whole different results out of things depending. And this is a fascinating book, and her whole thing she was studying was elasticity and plasticity of materials and trying to figure out which. So to elaborate on this further, you all know plastics. We have the term plastic, like this is a fucking remote's made of plastic. But what does plastic fucking mean? So plastic describes a material state wherein you're able to bend an object and it stays in that position. So this, for instance, you bend and it goes back. This is illustrating a principle called elasticity. And in this case, it's actually showing a bit of both. So plastic is when you bend something and it changes shape and it stays that bent shape. Alright, once you change the shape, it stays that shape. Elasticity is the ability for a material to bend itself back to its original shape with no deformations. So for instance, springs that you see, every spring you've ever seen is a great example of something with great elastic properties. So elastic doesn't necessarily just apply to rubber or things like that. It applies to any material, every material actually, and its ability to bend and then bend back into its original shape. So for all the atomic structures, the lattices, to bend and demorph on themselves and then to return to their original lattice structure and shape. Whereas plasticity is like if I take a piece of sheet metal and I put it in a press and I fucking crank down on it and then it turns into an L bracket. Why am I not a school teacher? You teach us stuff daily. Honestly, I don't know. I should probably go get my certifications, but then I have to worry about going to school and following other rules. And here on the show, I can kind of teach you guys everything, whatever we come across at any moment. So there's a little bit more freedom to that. It's a lot less money. But then again, education never has a whole lot of money. I was a teacher from when I was like 8 or 9 years old till I was about 13. My dad ran a computer training business. We taught people how to use computers, how to do Windows, the first utilizations of Google, all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of where I got I literally cut my teeth at. I teethed on that shit. So it's just kind of and it's just sort of, God damn it, they got both of us. Nugs, it's all on you, honey. It's all you, baby. Go for it. Go for it. Run, 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 run. Fuck, they got you too. Fucking ass clowns. This is fucking bullshit. That's fucking garbage. Ugh. And also, I like teaching things. I like to learn things so I can relay that information back. It's one of my favorite things to do. Part of why I love stories. It's one of the main reasons why I actually love stories. So I find a lot of religious studies very interesting because they're fucking wild stories, dude. And I fucking love stories. I love superheroes. I love all that shit because it's interesting. Fiction is where the facts go to play with themselves and talk about the things that they can't in the light of day, because if you talk about them, they'll cut your fucking head off. Period. And a lot of things that are happening in our world and that we've been dealing with for millennium now, actual fucking millennium, thousands of years, they'll cut your fucking head off about. A lot of what we talk about here on the show, they'll cut my fucking head off about. And a lot of what I teach you guys that I really pass off as little things are probably things that they'll cut your fucking head off about. Because freedom of thought and freedom of speech isn't necessarily the freedom to say whatever you want. It's the freedom to explore all the information so you can develop your own rule set and you can figure out what you need to speak to be honest from your soul. What does it take to speak truth? The truth that you know in your heart and the truth that you're moving towards. By whatever means or method that you think that is correct. Because in reality, if there is any God above any of it, it would be separate from any human enterprise or expedition or consciousness in such a way that it wouldn't understand it. And no matter what we did, it wouldn't care. It would think that any of it is good by its perspective. The same way that you can have any number of materials be formed by whatever processes into whatever you're making. We're talking about 3D printing, you're talking about CNC milling, we're talking about welding. We are just material by that same aspect, no matter if we're just being converted into soil. And honestly, that shit's way too big for human minds to think about, I think anything that we could recognize and acknowledge that there is anything that you can, and I love this because Star Trek talked about this. And so this is very much why I approach the concept of God from. Anything that you can see, touch, taste, feel, hear is not God. You'll never be able to any of these things. The true spirit of anything beyond creation, anything that you can see, hear, smell, touch, taste, perceive is definitely not God. I can tell you that for a fact. That much is certain. If you can perceive it in any capability, it is not a universal creative force. It exists in the same plane as us. And that is where things, I think, get spookier. I think everything gets far spookier when you start to call what is required for existence into perspective, and when you start putting things into perspective from an ecological standpoint. So, and by that, what I'm talking about, in that every ecosystem that we have ever encountered, you always find predators, prey, which is obviously the most basic way of describing the nature of the relationship. But realistically, what you have is you have hunters, you have opportunity predators that exist there. And there's like obviously a whole different flavor of things like that. The vast majority of the best and most productive hunters are opportunity-based hunters that use bait. Every time I hear stories about the afterlife and the tunnel and something guiding you to the end and all that sort of stuff, the first thing I fucking think of, the very first thing I think of, I don't know what you guys are going to think of this. I think of the little light on the end of an anglerfish that it like dips right in front of its mouth to draw its prey towards it. Ow! And then it eats it. And you hear about this nature of the soul consumption and things like this. I don't know what the fuck the nature of the life of a creature like that would be. This is my other point that I'm kind of trying to get at. We don't know the nature of cosmic deities. We know the and I use that term very loosely. Cosmic beings. Let's use that better, because I'm not gonna call them fucking God. Anything like that you can see, hear, smell, taste, perceive in any aspect is definitely not God. And I will say this, and I will say that anything attempting to say that it is God by very nature would have to be an extension of the original Luciferian concept. And that one, let me let the dog out, and we'll touch on this again, because it's very different. I think that, you know, you have the concept of Satanist versus Luciferianism, which is something very different even than that. You have the way that people quantify how they perceive is evil, which is one thing, and then you have predatory, which is something else. Because predator isn't necessarily evil. That's an ecological process, a biological process. It's trying to consume and eat. Whole different fucking ballpark. Let me let the dog out. I will come right back, and we will... I don't know if this is okay to talk about or not, but I figure, fuck it, it's Sunday. We may as well go here, right? Let me let the dog out. So, yeah, like I said, I find this incredibly fascinating. So, like I said, all of this comes back to Star Trek. And I'll say this in Star Trek. I believe it was Star Trek The Undiscovered Country. No. It's the one with Spock's brother. I forget the fucking name of it. Anyway, Spock's brother shows up and convinces them through some basically near terroristic activities that he is in contact with God and that he needs their help to go save God, for lack of a better term. And Kirk and Spock and Bones are like, my dude, what? And we should probably watch this as a watch party one day. I think it would be really fun. If you guys are down for that, I would love to start watching movies with you guys and commentate and tear things up. I don't know if you guys are as into that as I am. I'm into shit like that. I love like analysis, literary analysis, film analysis, music analysis. And I don't want to be too boring with it, but I want to try and bring a different type of perspective to these things, because I am not a believer. And I will say this, and I say this because I would say I'm very skeptical. And I will say this as, let me see if I can shut the door and try to, let me see if I can draw this out. She's sunbathing right now. Let me see how I can wrap this up. Let me see if I can explain this well. So, without throwing my mom or my family under the bus, I'm a being who's lived an extremely colorful and wild life. It has been strange and bizarre beyond every conceivable definition or idea I can come up with. Far stranger than most fictions that I've even read, as far as my ability to, what I've been able to find in at least in what I've been able to read. And it's one of those things I'm not super comfortable necessarily talking about all at once, because it's I don't have all the facts, because I was, but a mere fucking child in a lot of this shit. But the fact that I've seen wild and fantastical things has led me to an understanding that there are definitely things far beyond the modern linguistic ability to explain. I'm not saying it's beyond our conception. I'm not saying it's beyond our ability to understand. But for the time being, it's beyond our ability to explain. And explain in a way that we can all share collectively. And I think several of these explanations that have come by form of religious revelation, how people want to explain what they're encountering. And I've had moments that are, they're pretty fucking woo-woo. And so I can definitely get where a lot of different perspectives come from, which is part of why I like hearing the stories. I like hearing where people come from, how they're able to express their perspective, and to what ends are they sharing your story. Why are you telling me this story? Why are we going through this experience? And so in this case, I think it's really important to note my perspective is not the same as anybody else's. I don't come at anything from any specific religious fundamental ideology. I do have some key characteristics and some key tenets that I hold on to that I find to be particularly important and interesting. Only because I find that every time when I raise these points, that most people of specific religious doctrine or ideology get very offended at me. And these concepts come directly from the books. And they're concepts that I love. I mean, as like I said, just from just analyzing the literature and from loving the stories of heroes and loving how that entire process is inspiring, it makes me ask questions of why aren't these people wanting to know more? Like, and especially like with how the subject of Jesus is handled in a lot of instances. And Jesus, I feel like, was brought up. I feel like almost the concept of Jesus itself breaks one of the original 10 commandments in a very key way, which is thou shalt not idol worship. And it's idol as in looking at things as tactile material objects as being the key, largest, most important thing in nature, which they are not. Fundamentally, as humans, there is nothing more important than human connection, human relationships, the people that we make friends with, the people that we love, the moments that we share with one another. I think those are some of the more key experiences that not everything in nature gets an opportunity to enjoy or experience, or maybe even get to conceptually understand, but we do, which is, it's far out. It's a really, really wild experience. It's very backwards from the natural order, where for the most part it seems like violence and generally terrible things end up being the more commonplace experience. But that's also can be dictated from how we perceive the world. Oh fuck, I won. Really? I'm also leaving on marbles. I know we did the vote and we're supposed to do on 76. I'm gonna load this up here and we'll switch over to 76. I'm just kind of ranting a bit, and I'm trying to kind of elaborate some of these points to kind of make sense. Because like I said, I don't necessarily think of myself as a religious person per se. I love stories, I love people, and I'm a believer in the human spirit. I'm a believer in the human ability to overcome and the ability to persevere and to go through incredibly trying and testing events, and not just endure, but to evolve in a way where you can grow from that experience and become richer from it. Not necessarily that one should go out of their way to make their life hell to experience more per se. Rather, I think we need to acknowledge the hell that we are experiencing currently, because I think we do a lot to ourselves mentally to sort of dull down the experience and prevent ourselves from fully feeling that experience. I know I do myself. I fucking am absolutely brutal, and I shut my shit down at every possible interval to really prevent myself from feeling at great depth, because of how much it hurts, how much it really will suck the wind and the life out of me. I mean, it's like, it's fucking overwhelming. I mean, hell, even having conversations like this with you guys can be incredibly draining to me at times. But I come to find that when I take these moments and I sacrifice my comfort, my security, my safety for you guys, for myself really, because I need to say it inside my soul, but also you guys find an ability to gain and garner value from that. That ends up being a net win to me. So even though I take a hit and I'm sacrificing whatever dignity or respectability or whatever might be said by certain conventions, what I'm gaining from that is a sense of, you know, honesty and integrity from you guys. You got to see that I'm a real human being dealing with real human shit. trying to think about some really complex problems, and I'm a fucking pea-brain lunatic moron. Absolutely willing to understand and acknowledge that, and especially in comparison to wisdom that I know exists in the universe far beyond my fucking concept ability. I know there's organisms probably even all around us that have been around for billions of years, sharing information in ways that we could never even contemplate, that are looking at us and laughing their fucking prospective genitalia off, just at the entire absurdity of human folly. That's why my favorite superhero of all time is Godzilla, because Godzilla literally represents the manifestation of all human folly, based on ego, based on just, God, I'm trying to think of the word for it, sheer hubris, thinking that we're greater than God, thinking that we're greater than something beyond it. And so what we do is create a manifestation, a physical embodiment of that which cannot be embodied. Godzilla itself as a metaphor is blasphemous to any sense of it, because it's really trying to embody the sense of a deistic level of power, something so far beyond human conception, but still very much rooted in the natural experience. For instance, like the way the original human understanding of gods and demons came down to natural effects, whether it be storms, lightnings, floods, whatever the fuck it was, plagues, you fucking name the flavor of pain, and we would manifest as like, this is fucking incredible, like this is something that is incredible. If you told me the story, I would say you're nuts, you cook this shit up, it's bullshit. And yet here it is. And I mean, I've lived through some of these events, and I can't even believe that it's fucking happened. Like, my whole life is a cavalcade of shit that I can't believe fucking happened. And it did. It absolutely fucking happened. And it lets me know that reality is indeed far stranger than fiction. Which, coming back to the stories, all the biblical stories and archetypes and ideas, like me and Malachi were talking this morning, we were joking about this. About how he's like, I don't believe in God, I believe in Cthulhu. Well, I'm like, if you believe in Cthulhu, even, that motherfucker worked his ass off and he's sleeping his dick off for thousands of years because he didn't take no fucking Sabbath. Motherfucker didn't chill out, take a break, smoke a fucking joint, have a beer, enjoy his fucking family, and now look at your ass. You're passed out under the fucking ocean being a slave to the entire world on your back. Look at the concept of the metaphor even in that. By itself. That's fucked up. And I don't even know the story of Cthulhu all straight up. But I can tell you that much, and it does have a lot of very interesting, very Luciferian tied-in concepts, which I think are important to note, or at least be aware of, because I really do think that Lucifer as a symbolic concept is in fact the embodiment of man, is in fact the embodiment of the most jealous, the most, not necessarily depraved, but feeling deprived of, the most juvenile human sense. And I mean that as something genderless, formless, and is only all ego and thought. Something separate. And I can say this because I can feel that very much in myself in certain aspects, where you have this embodiment of either like abandonment and superiority or beyond, or separation enough from everything around you. And that very well could be an explanation of how human consciousness developed and is separated from everything else in nature around it. Like, we're doing cognitive process and performing cognitive exercises that nothing else in nature fucking has to do. Or maybe they have to do it, but they don't fucking cry about it like babies. And here we are. We're literally crying as our infants do in the same aspect. Here I am fucking whining on and on about this on the fucking internet. The same thing. But why are we doing this? And we've done this as a species for tens of thousands of years. Like, it's nothing new. I didn't invent this shit, dog. Like, I'm performing as my fathers and mothers before me for generations. And they all saying the same thing, where they're speaking up for themselves and they're trying to speak of the environment and of the thought that we're encountering. This, not just the physical environment that we're encountering, but this mental environment that we're encountering, trying to make sense of it. And the only way we can do this is by sharing words. We have all of our other methods of communication that are effective for every situational kind of problem or basically any situation you're going to encounter. When you start talking about trans-time events, I can't think of a better word for that. Because time itself is transitory, so I guess it's just time-related events. You have to use language. I can't do my Italian thing and throw my arms around and point to you what the fuck we're saying to make it make sense to you. I have to shut up and use big boy words of some type to try and make this make sense. And in that aspect, things break down because we're talking about things further from this present moment. I mean, fuck, we literally could not have this live stream right now if we didn't have the language that I'm having to speak with you. I mean, besides, of course, the entire functional basis of everything that it took to make this happen. I mean, do you know how many languages are happening right now for me to take these words and translate them to you? I'm speaking in English that's being separated down and broken down into audio signals that by one program sent into several other programs, converted again into information that can be sent over the internet that's being sent back to you, that's being decrypted by your machines that have the similar codec that can then translate back to you to make English words come out of your speakers to you. I mean, there's a whole fucking series of events happening just to make this conversation even happen. And we've developed all this to be able to wield the linguistic mechanism better to get more leverage, to try and get more motion out of that. And it's really leverage, I think, is the right word for it. We're trying to make a bigger crowbar so we can pry at some of these situations. The problem is we're making bigger crowbars, but the problems we're dealing with are finer and finer. So it's like making a crowbar with a razor's edge, if that makes any kind of sense at all. It sounds kind of psychotic, because what happens if you take a razor and you stick it, in a crack and pry it? It snaps. So we talk about the nature of structure. Part of what I love is the structure of nature. So that's why when I talk about elasticity and plasticity, we're talking about not just physical sets of motion, I don't think. We're talking about the way all things in nature move. I've even argued time functions this way, human emotions function the same way, follow the same basic principles. And they all have the same, I would say the same rule set even. So when you take something, there's certain points where it is elastically able to bend, where it'll kind of wiggle. And then there's a plastic level of bending that can happen in some cases. The vast majority of things in nature have the tiniest range of plastic movement. So for example, in a very painful, visceral example, human bones are incredibly springy and bouncy. Let me close the door. So let me explain it like this. Maybe this will make some sense. Maybe this will sound crazy. If you've ever played with a stick in the backyard, and if you haven't, I highly recommend that you do this. Go outside right now and grab a few different sticks. I don't care how long they are. I don't care whatever they are. Make them different thicknesses. So get yourself like a little tiny twig, like a pen or something. And then get yourself like a thicker one, like the size of your thumb. And then get like the handle to like a shovel or something. And if you swing them at the ground as hard as you can, you're going to notice that generally the thinner, the spriggier ones they're just going to bounce. They're just going to woggle around. They're just going to generally be a pain in the ass. But they're going to keep bending. They're going to keep constantly bending and bending and bending and bending. Then as you get to about the thumb size thickness one, you're going to find out that you're going to swing and bash that bastard on the ground real good. And it's going to bend real good and then snap, come flying off. Then you're going to go with that shovel. And you're just going to swing that shovel at the ground about as hard as you can. And it's going to bounce really, really, really hard. You're going to watch it. If you film it with a slow motion camera, you're going to watch that thing go boing, yoing, 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 yoing. So picture that. Mental image. That's elasticity. When you bash that fucker so hard that it snaps, you watch in slow motion that whole piece of wood bend, and then snap. You see, it's called the shear moment that happens. I believe that's called the shear moment. Where the whole thing bends to the point that the atoms literally separate from one another. They come apart. They pull apart. And then that whole, the shovel head goes flying off and makes a big old mess somewhere and cause all kinds of problems. And you're sitting there, you need a new fucking shovel now. But because we did this mental exercise, now you don't necessarily have to go out there and bash your shovel against the ground unless you're kind of feeling it. In which case, if it's time to get a new shovel, then it's a perfect opportunity for you to perform this experiment for yourself. Of course, use proper safety and make sure, don't do this at home. I didn't tell you to do this, but I would say perform the mental exercise and it should be just fine. But sometimes you need to see what's going on. Oh, would you guys join a world and I'll join you guys? Fuck this. I don't know none of these people. I'm also dummy thick. I need to go get more carry weight boosters. I'm taking you guys on a sickle philosophical ride this morning. I hope this is alright. Like I said, this is actually what I wanted to do with streaming, and by the time I started doing it, it became a very frowned upon form of content. For a lot of reasons. I mean, it makes sense. Motherfucker. Bitch, I already fed you. Lay down. You're all fat and happy now? Look, you got your favorite cookies even. Oh my god. Oh shit, hang on, my brother's calling me.
My brother's adorable. He straight up just called in. Like, he actually even called in. Like, in real life, I'm like, bro, I'm not your boss. I work with you, my dude. My fucking shoulder's killing me. This whole arm right here. This whole socket. Oh, you heard that shit? Fucking Jesus. Alright, let's get swap over to marbles, I guess. Let's run some marbles, guys. What do y'all think? It's kind of what I was getting at, you know what I mean? It's a weird concept. It's kind of a cool gig. I like I said, I hadn't put much thought into this whole Sabbath thing until like I've been doing this other job fucking for. Wait, why did it switch out again? As you can join it. Because it's it's an interesting idea to get to chill the fuck out, you know what I mean? Everybody chill out. But then it's like, everybody kind of has to have a revolving day off, which is interesting when you come to like the modern conventional work week when we're like, look, we only need 4, what do you call it, 5 days out of you, you know what I mean? Or in some cases, we just need 4 days out of you. The problem is that 4 days that they need out of you, you can't get shit done. Like, you gotta get laundry done, you still gotta clean up around the house, you gotta fucking do whatever yard work you need to do. God forbid you have to grow your own food or you take care of animals and shit. And I mean, realistically, here's the fucked up part thinking about this shit really hard. Thinking about it really fucking hard. So this entire society is set up where even no matter what you do, there's no time for you to take any time off. Ever. Even now, this is my day off and my time off, and we're still streaming. I'm still Twitch affiliate. Technically, this is still work for me. And I'm still sitting here working even on my day off. And part of it because I need, the sense of accomplishment. It makes me feel good. I need you guys. I need to feel a sense of community, to be connected to you all, to be like I'm a part of something. So, like, in that same aspect, what is the work that I'm doing here? By what nature is the service that I'm delivering here? And so this is kind of where I think about this, and I try to come up with some kind of justification. What is my life? What is my purpose? I'm like the little robot in Rick and Morty. You spread butter on the toast. And so, fuck! That's literally fucking my life, bro. Oh my god. I'm gonna start the countdown on this. But then when I think about it pretty hard, this is actually my job, what I'm doing right now. With you guys. Talking about this kind of the nature of all of this shit. And I call it shit not in that it has no value or that it's bad. I call it shit in that it is a substrate with which we must grow through to become what we will tomorrow. And I believe that firmly. And I say believe that in a true sense. It's a faith-based axiom. It's not from like a conscious understanding. Like, I can't tell you like why I know that. I just know that I know that for a fact. I'll swear, and that's wild. You can't have a fact unless you have a point of proof. But belief is in itself unprovable. And one thing I believe in, the thing I believe in the most, more than anything, is the human spirit. It's the one thing that I've seen overcome and transmute and become all things. So I can kind of get where, like, especially the Christians come with the whole story of being able to have a spirit in which transcends death and goes beyond that. But really, I think what sort of the big, like, because I love Jesus as a fucking, like, literary character. He's like one of my favorite superheroes, like, straight up. And I've had Christians try to fight me, like, start actual physical fights with me from that sentence. And I stand by that shit. I've said that since I was a child. Like, fucking Superman, Goku, and Jesus Christ are like the sickest superheroes ever. And it's the same fucking story
Like, if you really pay attention, it's the same fucking story. And that's what I kind of was thinking about. I'm like, well, what I like is that archetype of hero and that archetype of character that shows up and develops. And because all of them are redemptive characters in the fact that they transmute themselves from what they were beforehand into what they will become, which is something that nothing any of their cultures could have predicted or sought out or understood. Fucking Goku is a perfect example of this, in that. So first off, I'm assuming right now that everybody in this chat knows, and hopefully everybody who's watching this video knows who Goku is, who Superman is, and who Jesus Christ is. I mean, I'm assuming that those literary characters are well enough understood at this point in time that I can use them as a point of reference to be able to, you know, communicate with. Can we all agree upon that? I think. Can we start with that? Your purpose is to entertain us. Just kidding. We love you, Stone. Thank you for being here and to lesbian. Well, that is part of what I'm here to do. True entertainment, I believe, is to be able, like we were just talking about, the ability to express truth through a fictitious light. So how can I lie to you all and tell you the truth at the same time? And that is the trick. That is literally the magic trick. Oh fuck! I won again. How the fuck am I winning tonight or today? Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm dominating. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4 fucking Wednesday? What the shit? Who's Jesus, that dude that Walmart? Works at Walmart? Nah, bro. He helps me set fucking stone and tile, man. He's bad, bro. You don't even know. Jesus is fucking all sick, dog. But, like, and that's the thing that's like, it cracks me up. You know, I love that shit. Because I don't know nobody in any other cultures that names their kid Jesus. Except for Jesus's. Who are all Chicanos or all Mexicanos or like whatever the case is, you know. It's Latino. And what's funny is we are all indigenous folk in one form or shape or another. Like, we have probably the least fucking ties to any of that shit. Like, legitimately. Well, that's not necessarily true because we have a lot of crypto Jews out here also, which is a whole wild fucking story. That's a wild fucking story. For a long time, that was a conspiracy theory. Until it came out being true once Ancestry.com and things like that started happening. It sort of started proving things. Human history is fucking wild. It is the thing that I find craziest more than anything. It's part of why I get why people come up with like religious stories and shit and kind of really get on that whole kind of deal. It's because when you're trying to tell real stories, they're usually so fucking strange, and we usually miss so many of the fucking details that it's like, I'm almost imagining that in some cases it's just easier to make a story up. You know, it's almost just easier to just make a story up and kind of consolidate the key core elements of that original truth, whatever that was. And it could be several sets of truths. What I come to find with a lot of literary characters, more often than not, is that they're amalgamations of whole sets of different people over time that formulate together to create archetypes. And I would say this. Let's say it like this. They're not creating archetypes, but archetypes are created in the image of all of these different beings that have had the same set of behavior, the same set. And that's where we come up with the concept of archetype. And that archetype in the same aspect is... Archetype is to human psychology or personality description the same way that like scales and modes are to music theory. It's just a way for us to describe how some of the shit's happening and to put kind of sense to some of the phenomenology. Make it make some fucking sense, because it's weird. It's really fucking weird. And like, human history gives me headaches. I think it gives everybody fucking headaches. Like, be honest. Like, how many of y'all really, really, really enjoyed history class? Put your hands up. Let me see your hands in chat. Bong's already got all the dailies done. Bong, you enjoy. Well, that makes sense because you're sitting here hanging out with me, and we're sitting here talking about this, and you're egging me on about the whole thing. So, I would definitely say that that's something to be had about it. Yeah. So I got a Dunkin' coffee, and I've just been consistently like filling it up with the home coffee, and then just cycling it through, so that way it's endless pot of coffee. Even though it's probably not healthy for me at all, but it's what we're doing. Bong's like, I did all the fucking dailies while you're sitting there fucking going off. This is really what the point of kind of what I'm getting at is. We need to have people to have these questions and to ask these questions and to present this to us, so that way those of us that are working can simultaneously have an ability to digest and understand this information. Well, Greek mythology is one of the first examples of really creating solid archetypes of the human experience, and so each of the Greek gods can be extracted and pointed to certain personality types. And so that way it's really was a way for the poets of old to really understand human psychology and to really kind of create archetypes of that, to be able to really what the fuck happened to your face?
You keep them to yourself.
Oh. Wild. But I mean, that's really what I think the prime function of that was, to at least predominantly in part to Garner, was what the fuck is wrong with you people? Like, seriously, like, what the fuck all drugs are you on? Like, why are you people so fucking angry? Why are you people so angry and jealous and all upset and all hurt? And where would you guys go through and do all this terrible shit to people for, and why would you justify this? And I mean, realistically, like, all the terrible shit that happens in the world makes sense when you look at it from a purely natural, like, logical, rational perspective. Which is, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. Like, I think that's... I'm not saying that if you look at things far too rationally that it leads you only to terrible and negative outcomes. However, you can definitely use rationale far easier to cut to the core to get some evil shit done. And I'll even say that in that you can use a religious basis to convince people, but for that to work, you still have to convince them. So that means that you're still having to deal with some type of rationality in some way, shape, or form. Like, it's not all just whips and chains from the tops down, you know, as much as some of you be super turned on by that. The fact of the matter is it's each of us in line. So it's almost like a hijacking of the human ability, like the ability that we all have and the responsibility that we all have to look out for one another and to help shape each other's development, which is the concept of social grooming. So you need to make sure that all of your people are kind of following the same sort of ideology, ideas, concepts, that we're all keeping in lockstep with one another. So if the group is attacked in any way, shape, or form, that there's enough of us that are allied together and share enough concepts and share enough key core values that we know that we'll be backed up, and you know we're probably all gonna survive. Hopefully, more of us than not are gonna survive. That's the idea, I think, behind it. I don't know if that's necessarily the truth, because people, when you talk to them by themselves, like you talk to me right now, and I can be quite cynical about the situation. Like, nah, fuck these people, you know, let them fucking get it, you know, or whatever the case is. But if push came to shove and it's, you know, I'm stuck in a group of people with shit going down, I'm gonna do what I can to help people or get people the fuck out, or, you know, whatever it takes. And I mean, I'm pretty stupid. I don't have a really good sense of I need to protect myself. And if I did, I'd probably be a lot better off in life. But I don't. And so I think you need enough people that have enough sense of self to keep themselves alive, to keep reproducing so the fucking species continues. Because if you had a bunch of stupid, selfless morons, you know, just throwing all their shit away and giving their shit away and doing whatever it can selflessly for everybody, nobody ends up with shit. You end up broke and no one has anything, which is not helpful. That's like how fucking societies collapse and all that. So there's definitely something to be said about too much compassion can be, I think, negative in certain situations, especially if boundaries aren't being rightly maintained, and understanding what boundaries are and the willingness to negotiate those boundaries. I would say that those are kind of paramount kind of situations that we have to negotiate as human beings and through human group understanding. And a lot of that, I think, is most people want to work together for the most part, and most people know that even if they don't, let me rephrase that. Even if they don't necessarily want to work together, they know that it's far more beneficial to work together than to not. That in a lot of cases you can garner some much better outcomes if you work as a team than not. And also one of the things I think that drives people to work together as teams is that you don't have to work as hard necessarily, because the weight will be evenly diverted. Especially like if you get, and I hate to use such a primal example because I think it's just kind of maybe unjust in a way. Did the fucking event fail? Yeah, it did. Fuck. I'm out of this bitch. I do know what the dailies are. But I think some of it is like really comes down to laziness. And I say that not as a negative thing necessarily, but in that trying to be economical as far as the amount of energy that's being used and expended. That it's definitely more pragmatic to work in groups for sure than to go alone. But that there's very specific operations that have to be undertaken that the individual has to undertake as an individual. And when the individuals undertake those, expeditions and journeys, that they end up richer, and that their whole culture ends up richer for it. Everybody who's a part of that party, whoever's, in the group or whatever the case is. And so part of the aspect that I found to be very important is if I'm learning something, I better find a way to express that to the rest of my people and share that information. Because if I share that information, we all end up richer. And one thing that I come to find is when I share, topics or information or insight or opinion or whatever the case is, that I always get very interesting retorts and comments and criticisms that help me better analyze my own process of analysis and helps me become a better thinker. And a lot of times I have a lot of concern with how I'm going to catch, how people are going to be not necessarily offended. I mean, offended of course is a thing, but more so if you set people off in the wrong way, they'll stop listening. And if they stop listening, then they stop caring about what's going on, and then the conversation completely devolves. So you always want to make sure that everybody understands that they have a dog in the race. You know what I mean? That everybody's got a horse in the race, everyone's got a dog in the fight. However you want to phrase it. And that getting kind of everybody really on board with that same process to be able to share that process is a mission. And like I said, I think it's because lots of cognitive exercises are by nature problematic. Like when you're thinking about confrontational things or controversial things, you're gonna get controversy. That's why they're called controversial things. You know what I mean? You're gonna generate static. If you rub shit together, you're gonna get static. You're listening, sorry, you're just playing. No, you're a good dog. I mean, I'm fucking just ranting on. That's kind of what I said I was gonna do, and I'm trying to deliver. You know what I mean? I hope I'm delivering, at least useful content to listen to. That's my only hope. I hope what I'm saying makes at least some form of sense. Because I don't, like I said, I try not to approach things, especially of religious natures, as a believer, because that's not necessarily the nature of how I believe. There are certain concepts and key things and principles that I definitely believe in, that I know for a fact because I've seen them with my own eyes, and that's a very different situation. That's very different than I think a lot of religious. Like I'm not a man in the sky believer at all by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, that very concept of God abhors me. It makes me want to slap people. It is offensive in the highest degree. I believe that honestly to be probably the greatest form of blasphemy. Because there has never been. First off, if there is any man in the sky, this is going back to the Star Trek thing. I'll finally wrap that up an hour later. If there's any man in the sky that's saying all these things to you, and then it's asking us for specific sacrifices or gifts or whatever the case is, and it's a terrestrial being, something exists that lives, that breathes that bleeds, it is not God. And I know that much to be certain. And I know that in that is not a creative animating force that is universal, that is cosmic, that is beyond physical bounds. You know, if I can see, hear, touch, tell, or taste it, it's fucking real. And you exist in this plane. And if you exist in this plane, you cannot be God. That's just it's a axiomatic, I would say. Because that's not the nature. And I would say that in that people are like, well, you can't see electricity or you can't see any. I mean, absolutely you can. You can completely process everything on the entire observable spectrum. There's nothing in this universe that you cannot perceive, that you are not designed to perceive. You might not know that you can perceive it. It might be subconscious. It might be relegated to a different system. It might not be irrelevant. In fact, it might be regarded as static by your conscious systems and disregarded. But that doesn't mean that you're not experiencing it or that you're not encountering it. So that's very different. I mean, that's very different than something that's imaginary, something that doesn't exist. I mean, you can feel fucking cosmic radiation, and that's a fact. We've generated machines that can read this very same input of data. You know what it is input from the sun or whatever the fuck it is that's putting off at any point in time. So it's not that it's unheard of or it's not real or any of that nonsense. But I think some of how people get into some really woo-woo-y definitions about shit, those are sort of what I think cause some of the big problems. And I don't mean to be saying, like, I know the connotation of woo-woo is a negative thing, but I mean that in the case of if you're saying anything in a perceptive form to generate fear specifically to manipulate a specific course of action out of somebody, then there's a problem. So we're supposed, from whatever is the Almighty, we are all godlike. Well, that's the point. To be godlike and to be a perceptive piece of something is one thing. But, so, going back to fucking Kirk, Spock, and McCoy was Spock's weird-ass brother on the fucking spaceship. So they fight at the center of the galaxy. They, get down near the planet. They can't beam down because of the radiation or something of the planet. So they have to go down in a little shuttlecraft. So they take their little shuttlecraft and they fly down. I'm abbreviating this shit out of the story, by the way, in case you can't tell. They fly down to the surface, and they get this thing. They find this great ruins, that they walk into, and they're in hallowed ground now. And of course, they have their shoes on, and they're unclean, and all this other bullshit. And which is probably fucking true. There's probably some. I have some ideas for why this is very much truth. And why some of the reasons for some of this stuff exist. But this thing comes to them and takes all kinds of sort of images. All these images that it can perceive that these people can understand. Like, it takes the guise of Moses, it takes the guise of Jesus, and takes the guise of all of these different people, until it finds one that gets the right emotional reaction that it can tell. For instance, in the same way that psychopaths can manipulate their faces to get a specific reaction out of people, to make sure that they're getting the best positive response out of it. You know what I mean? Or I guess we can say actors do the same thing. Well, and when you come to talk about animating forces and things like that, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something that is so far beyond that it's not in a direct communication with. When you're talking about things that are in direct communication with, you have things that are, in nature. There's usually specific reasons why things in nature communicate, and the predominant one of which is energy transfer. And the relationship we all probably know the most is, predator-prey, you know what I mean? Or in the case of plants, like photosynthesis, where they're taking, solar output and converting that into useful energy. Which is, all of these different methods are ways of converting one form of energy into another to be able to be utilized for whatever purpose. And in the case of living things, it's to keep living. I think that's the prime function everything's trying to do. Everything's trying to keep living. And so things are sharing all that information. So what I'm talking about is that God would be the energy or pieces of that are the animating forces distributed evenly through this entire spectrum. Almost like the material with which everything is made. But in that same aspect, it doesn't need to communicate like that. If everything is built in the image of God, right, we're going to, like it's axiomatically, then that means that the perceptive systems would be reflective of God, which means, especially that we come to find that systems in the universe work fractally. They work logarithmically. They're the same as above, as below. So a lot of these concepts that we've shared through certain dogmas, through poetry and stuff, have real value to it because you look at it from an applied from an application, and you realize, well, what do you mean as above, so below? So you start to find spectrums of sizes. You find ecosystems that develop that engage with it. These are the nature by which certain things are able to interact with one another, and understanding the nature of all those relationships together gives one a certain, not necessarily power, but the understanding of it makes one feel empowered. And then you can move forward into the universe with a better understanding, whatever you're up to. In a lot of cases, we have to study chemistry, we have to study all these other things because we want to figure out how materials are interacting. Going back to what my grandfather said, the only thing that ever changes are the materials that we use or how we use the materials that we have available. Once you learn how to apply these different things all in different manners and mechanisms, you're able to take that same sense and reapply it. And this is where I think the ascension brings about the fall, brings about the redemption. And in the Christian story arc, that's really kind of a lot of things that they sort of, for lack of a better term, emphasize as part of the cognitive process. I think this is how we think, this is how we think about thinking, this is how we feel about thinking about feeling. And then, so how can we transcend that process to gain positive response or reaction from it? So it's not just fucking pointless suffering and just hating everything for no reason. It gives everything some sort of a sense of meaning. Or rather, you can gain the ability to derive meaning as you're going about the experience. So as your goals and things change and develop and move, you can constantly reorient yourself. And in that way, it is the spirit of God finding itself back home, back to itself. So in that way, it's less of a conscious process happening and more of a subconscious or almost like a reflexive action. Life keeps living to keep living. And part of life keeping living means something else has to die. And in our cases, in the human experience, most of what has to die for us is ourself. Because we have now generated an ability to generate multiple selves. For instance, what I always joke about in 76 is, death isn't an end, it's a tactic. And in that same aspect, the ability to generate more multiple selves and run those iteration sets through the different behaviors to be able to figure out what the fuck would happen, but without having to sacrifice our actual life. Like, you don't actually have to all go do the dumb shit and fuck your life up. You can think about doing the dumb shit instead, and then that mental version of you dies. Tina, quit fucking around. She does it, so I let her out. She makes it look like she's gonna go pee all over the floor or something. She freaks all out. Then I freak all out. And I mean, really, that's worrying about the material world. You go off into the Eastern thoughts of that, and it's don't worry about the material world. Don't panic about this. This is just Maya. This is all just adding shit to stress you out for no fucking reason. To shorten your approach towards enlightenment, which I believe very much is to be a very thing. I spent a lot of time studying a lot more Eastern type shit before I even came to, even fucking bothering to give Western religions the time of the day. And the thing that I found most interesting was feng shui, because feng shui is and maybe it's because my stupid engineering brain, but I was like, why the fuck would you think about shit like this? This is stupid. And then the more that I read and the more that I saw in nature, how you can set up environments, how the way that you set up environments directly affects the outcome of what's in that environment. And it's it's ironic because I'm really chaotic with how I have my environments set up. I mean, look at this. That part of this is I have to acknowledge what's happening because I know how I've set up my environment is directly causing my problems. And thus, I have generated and created my own problems for myself beforehand. Like the TV shutting off on me right now. My not having my TV and everything set up right and everything being, adequate causes the very problem that I'm here. I am going to Los Lunas. I'm leaving about 2 o'clock. Because I want to leave after the heat breaks in the truck. And it gives me a little bit more time to hang out with you guys. I've kind of already stolen 2 hours. Like, I should have left now. But I'm going to wait because I'm just going to fucking wait. And I feel like this is important. I need to talk to you guys about. I feel like taking the time to have this conversation periodically is important. And I think it's something that I have to figure a way in myself to be comfortable with. Because I want to know. And I think everybody else wants to know. I think you all want to know too. I think all of us are trying to make sense of the crazy shit that's happening in some very weird ways. And I think there's a whole lot of wisdom that we can share from all parts of the different world. Like, we are at the most unique point in time in all of human history. I mean, think about this right now. We're all hanging out all across the world right now. I don't know who is here in chat right now. But the fact that, Little Ball Crazy's hanging out in the UK. We've got, Bong and Nugs, y'all are East Coast. We got a lot of y'all East Coasters, which is surprising. I really, really, really appreciate the love I get from you guys. You know what I mean? And to have everybody all around able to share these conversations in live time, relatively uninterrupted. There's no clergy coming to cut my head off. There's no Bendy. You're central, no coast. Thank you, Bendy. Thank you for joining on this. I appreciate that. Well, I didn't know exactly where you were. I was gonna call that out. I guess I should have. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be all I guess I already doxed everybody else. I told y'all what continent y'all are on. We're all fucked. But the fact that we can gather together and have these conversations anytime. Like, we don't have to stop and have church on Sundays, you know what I mean? We can come out at any time and have this shit. I can break it. You guys know if you prompt me with the right couple words, you're going to get, watch this shit. And you're going to watch me just go off the handle and go for a wild ride. Mostly because I love having these conversations. These bring me to life. These really, they make life worth living. And it's scary. This stuff is terrifying. It's stuff that makes me very uncomfortable. Like, I'm not super thrilled to talk about a lot of this because I don't have answers, guys. I don't know shit. I've seen some wild fucking shit in my time. But that doesn't mean I know shit. And I know that I don't know shit. Like, I know, and I'm humble enough to get that. But I'm also at a point in my life where I'm having to start to get enough confidence in myself to realize that, well, I might not know shit, but I've seen a few things. And I might not know what I'm going through, but I can definitely testify to what I've seen. And I've seen some wild shit. And so I'm trying to make a lot of it make sense because like I said, I'm a very skeptical minded person. I don't believe a lot because I'm super fucking gullible. I would say this because I'm a living, walking contradiction. I'm all faith and belief and gullibility in that I believe what everyone tells me. This has to be the truth. This is legitimate. This has a basis in reality. No, why would you lie to me about this? And then the other part of me it's a constructed form where I've become very skeptical. I'm like, I don't believe what the fuck you guys are saying. I don't believe any of this shit. And, like, for me, I definitely believed in Santa Claus as a kid, but I knew well enough to know that Santa Claus wasn't a person. Like, I don't know. Twitch keeps failing to notify me when your stream starts. I'm so sorry, guys. I try to send messages and I'm really bad at it. And I've been posting to everybody's like go live sections, but I don't think everyone has those all turned on because it's a lot of notifications all the time. I know how it goes, but you know, just whenever you can pop in, and always remember you can always catch the VODs. And I'm trying to remember to upload the VODs afterwards. The ones that are getting the most views, I'm uploading to YouTube. I'm trying not to upload every single one because I'm just gonna inundate it, and mostly because I forget which ones are which. And I mean, fuck, we've already got like, goddamn, I don't know how many hours of shit we have on YouTube. We have hundreds of hours, possibly thousands of hours of streams. Also, you had to restart, so my redeemed first was stolen from me. Oh, that is true. That's true. Wait, who got it? Didn't Nat get it today? Who got the first today? Let me scroll back. I don't know who got first. I think, Mally, your first still counted for the whole day of today. Here we go. See, and I grew up differently. So many surgeries and in and out of the hospital. I didn't believe in anything like Santa or the Easter Bunny. Well, and here's the thing that I caught on to right away. Let me go back to the Santa thing real quick because I really want to drill this into your guys' heads. Because I knew right away that Santa wasn't Santa. And here's the thing that was weird, how I knew my brain was weird. I'm going to light a blunt for this. Let me shut the door and light a blunt for this. All right. Here we go. Never mind. She's a wonderful person who's very important to me. All right, guys. Let me tell you the Santa story because the Santa story is very important to me. And I think it's going to make sense to you guys. I don't know. And you guys are probably going to all look at me weird after this, but I don't care. All right. Sad story time now. We're going to go back. Should we do marbles while I'm telling this story? Would you guys prefer I do marbles instead of sitting here looking at this? Let me know in chat if we want to do marbles. And also exclamation point play if you want to get in. The marbles is sitting there just chilling. In fact, I'm just going to toggle over to that right now so y'all know it's a real thing. So, I just want to play Gen Zero, my guy. I know, dog. Oh my god. So anyways, when I was a kid, when I was a little pup, I was pretty fucking smart. I mean, I wasn't the smartest tool in the shed. I was pretty fucking dumb. But I kind of knew how things worked. I had a very good understanding of the rational universe. And I really understood people. And I really understood human emotions. It made sense to me. Like, I didn't understand all their words, but I knew the emotions that people were feeling a lot. And that always made sense to me. And, so everybody really tried to sell me on Santa Claus. They're like, you know, hey, you know, here's Santa Claus, and he comes down the chimney, and he gives kids presents and all this shit. And I'll be honest with you, I lived in a trailer my whole life. All my lives. Pretty much all in trailers. And so, we never had, like, we had a fireplace. We actually had a fireplace with a chimney, dead ass, not gonna lie to you. My dad installed it, but it was all plugged up with insulation and stuff because my dad wasn't really like, I don't know, he really didn't do the wood thing. And also they didn't build the fireplace right. It wasn't a well-built stove. My dad God bless him. My dad has always done the best he can do, but he's not very fucking smart. I'm gonna go ahead and start the countdown. So exclamation point play if you want to get in.
I'm in danger.
You went forward with the religion talk, anyways, bro. You tread dangerous waters. Well, you know we go boldly here. We always have, and not going boldly has never done me well. Nor does it make me feel good in my soul. So I find it important to dive into this shit. And of any day to do this, this is the day to fucking do this.
I'm in danger.
Dangerous triggers the danger. Well, danger is part of danger. So yeah. But anyways, it's part of the little jokes I have built into the whole stream. So I knew right away. I was like, bro, he's not coming through the fucking chimney. This shit's all blocked up. I ain't stupid. Like, the fuck you guys playing on me for? And so I never got it. But one thing that I did get, and I spent a lot of time with my grandma, and so I'd always be hanging out with my grandma watching her, you know what I mean? And like through all of like from Halloween all the way to Christmas, she would just get more and more and more and more excited, just getting fucking just pumped. She'd always be cooking, she'd always be making shit, she'd always be decorating shit. She was changing the decorations like a fucking mad woman. Just all this shit all the time. And I'm like, Grandmama, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you doing all this? And then she was the one that really drove the whole Santa Claus thing into me. And I was like, I don't buy this for a fucking minute. Like, you know what I mean? I just don't. I don't get it. But I watched how excited my grandma got. And she was always so excited. And she got so much energy put in all this. And yeah, your mom's exactly like this too. This is one reason why me and your mom really get along, I think. But my grandma, she got all super pumped about this, and I'd watch her get all excited, and I get excited with her, you know. She'd have me help her, and I'd be all decorating, and we're all cutting stuff out. We're writing cards to everybody, and we're doing all this, just all of this love that's happening to all the family around. And these are people that I've never even I met like once or twice because I'm a baby, you know what I mean? I don't know any of these fucking people. But I'm still helping my grandma do all this shit, and I love the process of it. You know, the whole we're getting together, you know, and then we're helping her cook and tearing shit up and making a big ass mess and cleaning things up. And of like all the grandkids, I was pretty industrious for the most part. When I was a baby, I was super helpful. When I became like 8 years old or older with video games, I became useless. I was fucking useless. But my grandma quit asking me to do shit because there's reasons for shit, I think. But anyways, but I always watched her do this as a pup, and I knew she has something to do with this. Like, I knew it. I'm like, my grandmama's doing this somehow. Natural Queen Bee stole that win. Damn. Nice. Finally got Natural Queen Bee on the board here. Who else is in here? So, I knew. I mean, I did take my whole doors down to see how they worked. That's another story. I was a weird ass kid, dude. All right, but like I said, I knew how things worked. I knew how the world kind of worked, and you know, me and my mom and my dad lived in this trailer that had, you know, this fucking stove that was all packed up that we couldn't run as a fucking chimney. It's not open. Like, how the fuck is he getting through? Like, here's the thing. I was like, okay. I'm gonna buy that my guy can shrink down to a 4-inch fucking tube. Even though every single adult human being I've seen up until this point, my grandma was the smallest human I had ever seen for the longest time. Like, she was maybe 4'10", 4'11", maybe. No, she's probably like 5'1". My grandma's gonna stab me when I die. Oh my god. She was like the shortest person I knew. And I'm like, my grandmama couldn't get through that tube. There's just no fucking way. And I'm like, he'd probably come through the window or the door or something. That kind of makes sense, you know. He's not, you know. It makes sense breaking and entering like a normal fucking human being. And then he's dumping some shit off and then dipping out. I could buy that. And it only made sense to me because as a kid, dead ass, I'll be honest with y'all. Shit, to this day, I would do that. If I had the money to like buy a bunch of cool shit and like just straight up mob into one of y'all's houses and like set up like a whole display and shit like that and then just diss a fucking pier, just gone like a ghost in the night, You bet your fucking ass I would. Like, absolutely. Like, if we fucking funded that, I would fucking get in a goddamn plane, fly to y'all's fucking house. I don't even know where the fuck it's at. Like, we have to come up with an arrangement with like keys and shit. We'd film the whole thing and then like show up and set shit up and then just disappear. And then just film y'all's reaction. Like, that would be, if I had the power to do that shit, you better believe it I would. So from that aspect, I could understand how a character like a Santa could exist. I mean, obviously, pragmatically and real functioning, he would probably function more like Batman than fucking Santa Claus. But, you know, that's how it would have to work. And I thought about this as a kid. So I'm like, this whole Santa thing is bullshit. You're fucking with me. This whole thing's garbage. But my grandma, I watched her make everything. Cut everything, draw everything, sew everything, paint everything up, plaster to the walls, build Christmas, build Halloween, build Thanksgiving, build fucking 4th of July the first time for me, build fucking New Year's. She built Easter. My grandma wasn't even, she was like excommunicated from the Catholic Church, dude. She didn't believe none of that shit. She was like, fuck these people. They're all bullshit. But she still did fucking even Easter. And didn't tell us obviously what it's about. I didn't know what the fuck any of this shit was about until way the fuck later. She just was trying to, I don't know. She was trying to preserve like the idea of it, you know. Who's this? The magic comes from the mother's grandmother's father's grandfather. They are the magic. Yeah. When going back to the ancestors, they're all fucking spectacular. Well, and that's where how we share that magic. We teach each other the magic. So like I said, coming back to it, I knew Santa was bullshit, but I knew my grandma was real, and I saw her do this shit all the time, for fucking years, and she kept telling me, Santa's real, and she wanted me to believe in it. So I believed in it. I played off like I believed in it for her sake, so she would believe that I believed it. You know what I mean? It was like the first way that they taught me how to lie, really, thinking about it. Like, if I think about it really hard. It's like, you got to make it seem like you believe this. If you don't believe this, they'll kill you, you know, like the very religious concept. Even though, like I said, my grandparents were very not religious at all. I never believed in Santa. I knew it would make my mom sad, though, so I kept my trap shut for. So it's the same kind of idea. So I bet you there's a certain personality type that lends itself to that. But like I said, I knew the spirit of Christmas was real because my grandma made it real. She went out of her way to do this unrealistic shit. Everything in her power to convince everybody that Christmas was real. And so, like, even at a young age, I straight up, like, helped her. Like, lie to my brothers, lie to my cousins, all that shit. Like, no. We got to stay in bed and stay crashed out so that way, you know, Santa's going to come, or otherwise we, you know. And in reality, it's, if we don't stay asleep and keep out of the fucking way, the adults won't be able to get anything done because they got these goddamn kids fucking with all their shit. And we were hellions. All of us. Like, I thought I was chaos. And then the rest of them were just absolutely insane. The idea was amazing. It was my favorite holiday with Halloween. Everything else is alright. But yeah, Christmas and Halloween, I've had to come around back to Christmas. It took me a long time to come back to the spirit of Christmas. But Halloween, my family, my dad's family in particular, we've always held Halloween sacred. Partially because we're a musical family. So Halloween is like the biggest show of the year almost that you have to perform. You have to put on the biggest Halloween show you can. Mostly because that's when you're going to end up with the turnout. That's when everyone's going to show up. They're going to buy the most beer. They're going to have the great dress. It's going to have a blast. It's a thing of it. And it's not necessarily that it's like a holiday. I'm using that term loosely to describe it because for musicians, that's how you make your money. Like, you have to get that turnout. You have to, and I know what needs to be done as a musician, and I've really abandoned a lot of what needs to be. I really do feel like a practitioner who's abandoned his own religion in a way to try and secularize myself to fit into a normal world. Well, in September matters because September is the prep month for musicians. Like the end of August and like the end of the Burning Man festivals and things like that. Then you transition into September where you get all the prep phase happens and you have to get all your shit together for fucking Halloween season. So, I mean, it just really depends on how you... And like I said, this was rock and roll back in the day. The world is different now. We don't do shows like this anymore, I don't think. Not from what I've seen, anyways. At least no one I know puts on shows like this. Yeah, you want it to end for Halloween. You, like, love September, and then you're like, fuck this Halloween. So, I mean, maybe you just do that sometimes as a cultural reflection and it's not an honest reaction of yourself. Like, it's not an honest reflection of how you're feeling. I would believe that with you, especially. But, like, yeah, you just... So, like, it's weird because, like, we haven't done a lot of these things. We've kind of abandoned a lot of our stuff. And part of it's because I haven't been home and the house has been shit. We don't have the ability to kind of do things as we have been doing it for the longest period of time. And all of our... What ended up becoming, especially as we the kids grew up, is instead of my dad and everybody playing shows out and about, it was that they would have family parties, huge family parties where everybody's family gathers at whoever's house is the biggest, and we just fuck shit up. Everyone just goes wild. And I'm pretty sure everybody does that. That's not just a New Mexico thing or a musician thing. And I would say it's very important to... I'm going to have another controversial conversation right here with this. I would argue that we are ourselves, not our identities. We are ourselves, in fact, the compilation of all of our interactions and behaviors with everybody that's around us and everyone that has formulated us, helped formulate us, at least. And that's how we create culture. And creating names for things like that is one of the hardest, I would argue, is one of the hardest things that humans do. So that's where identity really becomes a very hard thing to identify as, because like even coming up with family names is a really hard thing for the vast majority of us to undertake. Coming up with names for ourselves is the fucking mission. How many millions of years do we exist before we had fucking names for ourselves and shit? So we've undergone some very serious, I would call it very radical, rapid transformation in the last couple thousand years that has lent itself. Anybody else wants to get on this? Exclamation point play. I'm going to start the countdown here in a second so we can get this rolling. I really need to get back to do some dailies here in a minute too. But Stone fits me? Why? I'm all rambling on about shit. I'm sorry, guys. But, you know, I think we are the superheroes in that way that make the holidays. And the holidays is not about Jesus for Christmas or anything, really. What it is about, and I'll be real, my theory about Christmas is really dark. I don't know if we really want to go into this. I only have about a half hour left. I think I can do it. It's kind of dark. I don't know if you guys are going to be okay with this, or if you guys know, maybe part of me hopes that none of you guys notice the same thing. Because I want to be crazy and I want to be wrong about it. But let me know what you think about this. Since we've talked about my belief in Santa Claus and stuff and why that formulated, and that my same theory for why Santa Claus is kind of the same concept. Your land, if you want to or don't. Oh, I'm moving land. Because of my knowledge. I don't know how much of it's knowledge and how much of it's just shit that I've had to encounter, and then I try to make sense of it. It's really weird, guys. Why aren't you getting food, cat? I did just buy cat food. But, like I said, it would take a while for me to get it to you, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't make the postage system. Also, I didn't make the land or any of this shit. Like I said, I have some very serious issues with a lot of religions and a lot of their functioning and a lot of how they came about stuff. But I think as far as the way we created stories to understand psychological functioning and behavior sets over time, I think that's probably the more key and crucial part. Jesus, fucking Night Creamy's gunning for that first place. And so part of, like I said, why I came back to the Santa Claus story and why the whole I quote unquote believed in Santa. And my brother, he really argues with me about this because he's like, and it makes me feel bad as a person because me and my younger brother, the one just younger than me, we argue a lot. It's 89 cents. Oh, because 89 cents is not enough to get sushi, which is the only thing I can stomach right now. Oof. Yeah. Fishing is kind of a mission too. I guess you could go fishing, but then that'll be your whole day. And then fishing, like river fish isn't the same as like what most people prefer for sushi, I don't think. Supposing you could do it if you were, handy enough, but that's kind of a mission. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'll be completely honest with you. I'm completely unqualified to comment on this. I can definitely admit to that. I mean, I'm unqualified to talk about fucking God or the nature of fucking creation for that matter, but I am trying to, as another human being, just trying to sort shit out. That's the only reason I'm getting any kind of audacity to even talk about this shit. Just because I feel a huge compulsion in my heart to, well, if I don't fucking talk about it, then fucking who will? Fuck, cat, how are you dead? Did I make it? Oh, I made it! Humans are disgusting, so the waters around here are not safe enough to be consuming raw fish, Amir's man said. Well, and that's another thing I kind of argue with also. Because, I definitely get where a lot of people get that whole... Dead inside. Dead in marbles. How the fuck did I win that? It's out of hand. Alright, I'm gonna keep the next race and we're gonna jump into 76. Okay. So. There's some very interesting things that I agree with in the statement that, for all appearances, it definitely seems like humans are garbage. But I don't believe that to be true because I run across a lot of humans. A lot of humans, at least from around here. A lot of different flavors of humans. And everybody's pretty good. It's pretty wild. Everybody's definitely moving towards good, but definitely nobody knows how to move towards good or even what the same definition is of good. Especially when you're trying to figure out your own survival and you're trying to sort yourself out and you're trying to figure out what is my place in existence. How do I function in this whole thing? Most humans are garbage, so much so that it's hard to pinpoint the relatively distant or good ones. Well, yeah, and that's one of the things that I find very interesting. That's like some of the different stories from the fucking Bible are really fascinating because they deal with that very same concept. And that's where I kind of really question. A lot of the times when I hear certain stories of the Bible, I get really, like I said, going back to the Star Trek thing. It was, I'm pretty sure it was Kirk and Spock that ended up going down in the shuttlecraft. We'll finally finish this story, I guess. Finally went down in the shuttlecraft to talk to this thing. They take the shape of Moses, right? Or the God thing takes the shape of Moses. And they're talking, everything's going good. And they're like, okay, yeah, sure, we believe you. Lit. Right on. I'm not even to argue with you, dog. Right on. Like, what you're saying makes sense. Like, they argue a little bit, you know what I mean? He makes sense to Kirk, and Kirk's like, okay. And he's like, so bring your ship closer to me so that I can, put my life inside of it, basically, and take over the ship. And then fucking Kirk's like, excuse me, Mr. God, sir. Why does God need a spaceship? And God's like, what? And Kirk's like, wait, yeah. So you're like, you created all this, right? You're like the most powerful being in the universe. You got everything you could ever imagine, think about. You could create anything. You created the concept of want. You created the concept of thought. You created all this. Why do you need my spaceship? And that question, I think, is probably the most pressing embodiment of everybody's reaction to pretty much all modern religions. Why do you need my spaceship? In this case, my body. My body is my spaceship. It's what goes through time and space. It carries me through everything. It moves me through all of this. Why the fuck do you need my spaceship? Why do you need my body? Why do you need all this? If you made me and you have me anyways, because that's the fucking story, right? You're telling me that you got me and you got all this, and it's all taken care of and sorted out, and especially in the end, it'll all be taken care of. Why the fuck do you need my body?
Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Cheers, folks. Yeah, and I'm not trying to get all super dark really quick, but I'm trying to get really dark on that really quick. Predominantly because it leads to certain behavior sets that look very predatory to me. And one thing that I find very interesting is that the truth, you cannot tell a lie. You cannot tell a lie without a fragment of the truth inside of it. I think we can all agree upon that. The best lies are created with so much truth that they are almost indistinguishable from the truth. So, I'm going to present that as an axiom, okay? I'm going to say that we're going to present a few axioms right here. The first of which is that no lie can be constructed, no believable or credible lie can be constructed without a certain volume of truth. I'm not sure how to quantify or calculate how much of that truth is required, but I do know that a certain level of it is required. Which means that you literally cannot tell a lie without some formulation of truth built inside of itself. So every lie is constructed with truth, which means that if you listen to enough lies from especially a particular liar, you can extract the truth. You can figure out what the fuck is going on from it. I'm gonna look for a bit because I'm getting irritable and nauseous. I just want to tear down this religion chat and reveal the immense hypocrisy of religion. Well, that's kind of where I'm getting to right now. That's why I'm hoping that you'll be patient with me and go with me for this ride for a minute. Go lay down. Your food's right there. Why are you fucking doing this to me? Here. Because I have a lot of fucking questions on why the fuck you need my space. Like, if you're the creator of all of creation, have all of everything, all omnipotence, understand all of time, have all of creation, and are cognizant and involved in the process, then why the fuck do you need my spaceship? And that's what brings me to it, because a lot of the philosophical ideas and a lot of the different stories that come through, I can definitely dig. I can figure some of that shit out. Like, there's some of that shit that's just not a good fucking idea. I mean, we can go through examples of it, but I don't think it's as important because my point that I'm trying to get to beyond that. And I'm trying to understand why, and I think everybody for probably the last 100 years has been trying to figure this out because we keep coming to the same question. Why the fuck do we have to live an ethical life? In some way, shape, or form. Why do you have to create ethics and things like this and hold to them? Are we the ones that are creating the ethics directly? And I feel like this is where this philosophical line of questionings has led directly to the concept of power and what is our understanding of power. And I think a lot of the understanding of the concept of power is skewed in ways because a lot of people are very much removed from power. And I'm going to elaborate this. I'm about to step this back a little bit. Because as we know, there's many different forms of power. Just like there's many different forms of love, there's many different forms of a lot of different fucking, especially emotional concepts, philosophical concepts.
God's not real, bro, and if God's real, it's not a benevolent one with any means. Well, that's kind of what I was getting at with some of what I'm trying to get to in it. Why would a creator allows creations to suffer as we all have? I can't feasibly believe a creator would allow his creations to suffer this much with all the pain, evil, and atrocities. And that's kind of one thing that I was trying to get to. So this God this godlike being on the planet that's trying to take fucking Captain Kirk and Spock's spaceship is sitting there telling him all this shit, but he still requires the human's consent. Number one, because you can't board the ship without the captain's consent. First off, the ship's out of reach. He can't physically get there without their help. And so he would need their help to remove him from this planet that's, for all intents and purposes, a fucking prison that's supposed to keep him isolated or keep it isolated and away from the whole fucking rest of creation. Like, literally, this motherfucker is trapped inside a gravity well that's holding the entire galaxy together. All right, we're back to the Star Trek metaphor, right? So he's stuck at the center of this whole fucking, galaxy. And somehow, with just a little bit of hope, with consent from Captain Kirk and Spock, he can take over their ship and then leave this place and then be all about the universe to go everywhere. But if you're supposed to be God, which is, again, we're talking about this, if you'd be omnipotent, you'd be omniscient, you'd know everything that's going on, you'd have all this other shit like this, you would know all this shit. You would have the power to... Why the fuck can't you just magic your bitch ass off the planet and go the fuck back outside, basically? Why do you need me to come out here and drag you the fuck off this planet? So it presents some very interesting ethical questions, which is the questions that I've had presented to me with all of what's... Wasn't that the light over? See, you know the fucking movie I'm talking about, right? Yeah, he was like the light being that was like turned up looking like fucking Moses in the goddamn 10 Commandments. It was great. I loved it. It's a really cheesy scene. I wonder if I can show this to you guys without us getting cut off the air. But basically, the idea is the same. And a lot of these religions really come around to... They do a bait and switch on us. And this is where I think the important part of it is, where the lie sheds itself out. They all have us live a certain way, a certain level of behavior, a certain type of action and stuff. On the surface, it seems like, especially it's for us. We're doing it for us so that way we are the ones that yield a better reward. Ideally now, not later. Because we don't know what they're... Being honest, we don't have a later. Like, the live stream is a perfect example of actual life. Like, this is happening right fucking now. There is no future. There is no past. We can watch the live stream after the fact and check it out and see what's going on. I don't think we remember that way, but for the sake of our metaphor right here, right now is the live show. We can watch the VOD later and try and discern a little bit better from it what we can. But we only ever exist in now, and we never exist in later. So it's like the whole thing, like,
What was that comic book character's name from fucking... I thought it was Popeye. Wimpy with the fucking hamburger. Yo, give me the hamburger today and I'll get you back tomorrow. And it's always fucking... It's never tomorrow. And Wimpy's never got the bread to get you back for that burger. Ever. It's never happened, I don't think, in 60 fucking years. Fucking probably 80 years now. Jesus. Never happened. But that's the story that he's telling, you know what I mean? He's like, yo, I got you. You know, tomorrow, next Tuesday or whatever, you know what I mean? And it never happens. So I don't necessarily believe in any of that as a thing, because that's fucking out of hand. And especially when you start to... One thing I found interesting about, especially with Jesus in particular, what he was talking about, is he was like, you really need to question fucking everything that you believe, because if you don't question what you believe, people are going to make you do horrible fucking things for the most righteous of meanings, of the most righteous of ideas. Which is, then you come to find out, ironically, in the name of fucking Jesus, how many people fucking murdered the ever-living shit out of whole continents. Literally whole fucking continents of people. And it was under the guise of... And realistically, like I said, if the character of Jesus were able to manifest right there, the same way, like I said, we said with Goku and Superman, is these literary characters, if we were able to summon them into the real world in that situation, you know, it's like a bunch of Earthlings running around killing for Goku and being like, well, Goku died to save us, so we need to murder the shit out of you. You need to fucking believe this from it. Which, when you listen to what the fuck is actually being said, I mean, Goku's different because he's not a very enlightened being in himself. He enlightened himself through different mechanisms, through, you know, physical motion, basically, through understanding the physical realm, which is wild. It was a fucking really great story. I love fucking Goku, dude. Oh shit, we can also swap this out for a public team since we're not on. Poor Nugs. Well, and that's the thing that I find very interesting about the whole... And it's not necessarily... I don't know how much of it's a religious challenge and how much of it is a spiritual and ethical challenge that's been presented to us from the entirety of human existence, which is, by what ways or means are we supposed to engage with each other and then the world around us at large? And in what way can we yield the best experience for as many of the beings that we encounter as possible? And I think the other part of it that's really hard to understand, that I at least have a really hard part understanding, is how is that all supposed to happen with understanding that there is an insane, literally an insane amount of pain and suffering that's perpetually happening in the world and that will ever keep happening.
Stay a while and listen.
Like, it fucking blows my mind. Like, as somebody who's lived through fucking unbelievable shit, and it doesn't make sense to me, like, how a lot of this would be allowed and allotted by a supposedly... And that's where I think a lot of the nature of where people describe what God is, or what the nature of God would be in a tactile sense, especially as a purely benevolent being. I don't think that necessarily works, because a vast majority of existence itself is not particularly benevolent. I mean, how much of eating and stuff like this and consuming other organisms is, by its very nature, not particularly nice. And we can say that in the sense that we ourselves do not want to be fucking consumed. And it's a fact, whenever one of us dies, or whatever the case is, something's gonna fucking eat you. I mean, now we cremate ourselves, so that's not the case necessarily, but... and I mean, we've always done that in ways and shapes and forms, but... Like, now it's at a point, I know people that are like, specifically, no, I'm getting fucking cremated because I don't want nothing to fucking eat me. And I'm like, all right, I can understand that from a way, you know, because it makes sense. Holy shit, fuck. Fuck. That got a little out of hand. Shit. Did I... Fuck, I didn't have the booster going.
So you're unbalancing good and evil, and evil is winning. Well, I would almost say that it's kind of like the same concept by which, when you understand how day and night works, there's always an infinite number more of night than there is of daytime. The amount of light that exists there is far, far, far less. And we're in a pretty lucky situation that we have, you know, a more or less even, we have an evenly balanced pattern of solar activity and darkness that we're allotted. And in fact, even at nighttime, we're still allotted a fucking moon. Like, that's pretty cool. Like, we have a planet that has a moon with it as well, so we still get a little bit of, at least during some parts of the month, we get a little bit of light that happens. Dude, you're fucking awesome. So we're at a kind of an interesting space. And for us, I would say we're especially, in a certain way, blessed by having that light at nighttime, because we can still hunt at night. You can still go out if you need to, and if you know, if we were in the wild or whatever, you could still go out and fucking, you know, catch food. And in some cases, you would have better luck even hunting at nighttime. I mean, obviously we don't do that now because, you know, that's not how we do shit. But, you know, once upon a time, that was a thing. And so it kind of makes sense, like a lot of where different creatures have been made in different stories, like the different archetypes of different creatures have been manifested. It makes a lot of sense to me, because there are different ways for us to embody in a very fictional sense a very real concept. For instance, with the Star Trek metaphor, how we can embody the concept of, why does God need my spaceship? Which I love that question. I think that's one of the greatest questions that could be posited in a situation like that. And I think it's very important, because especially for each of us as human beings, and that's one thing that that really gets talked about, is, at least, you know, it's a lot of different science fiction, as a matter of fact. We are really, in certain ways, all that we got, and in certain ways like that, we are reflective of a greater goodness that's at least an option in creation, that for some reason, for some really weird, wild reason, humans are attuned to. We can do this now. We've learned this ability. We've trained this ability. And we created these wild-ass stories to continually pass on these concepts that we can do these very unnatural things and yield some pretty good rewards. Which I still think is pretty weird. I think it's weird that why the stories have been constructed the way that they have and presented the way they have, and especially the way it's been forced down the throats of literally every single fucking culture on Earth. Like, the part that's really wild when you really start looking back in history and going back, there's not a whole lot of people that willingly converted to what's modernly understood as Christianity. And if you look at the way Jesus Christ wrote his original message, what he was trying to say to people, none of that was designed to be shed outwardly in giant matter like that. It was seemingly designed for a much smaller way to inspire further groups of thought, so other people around could further extract the same way he extracted from elders and wisdom before him. Like, it's not like, I don't think Jesus was necessarily given just revelations by God. I think in the sense of God, it's the same, a spirit inside of each of us that we all are paying attention to, that we all understand, with a consciousness that drives us, that's a part of us. It's not necessarily a being per se, but is a spirit that all humans possess. All humans, every single fucking one. And I would say that's almost the spirit that allows people to talk to each other even when the language doesn't match. It's a spirit that allows people to undertake wild fucking journeys across whole fucking oceans with, you know what I mean, no experience otherwise, and undertake that and survive, and then go find fucking dope people on the other side, only to ironically fuck it all up. Like, it's my amazement and the awe that I feel at the human experience is, and I would say it's still awe, and it just changes forms. It goes from like, oh, that's fucking excellent, that's awesome, to like, oh fuck no, why did you do that? It's like the whole, when Baby Yoda starts eating the fucking babies out of the container,
they're like the endangered species, and these are the last of these creatures, and he's just straight eating them like fucking M&Ms. And in a really sick way, I was like, there's certain of these things that happen that I say in particular that say are proof to me that God exists. And I say that because they're the cruelest fucking jokes that could ever exist ever, and they're all very interesting cosmic lessons that happen. I'm really not thrilled with. And I think most of these experiences for most people are like really not okay experiences. Like, fucking, I have never heard, I'll be honest with you, I haven't heard a single fucking story from any of the Bible stories that was like, oh, this was a good experience the whole way through. It was like, oh, this is fucked up and this got way worse and kept getting worse. And this is why this all got worse. And then you're like, and it's God's lesson to people for something. So that's where I start looking at the stories. And as somebody who likes, I love stories. I love stories. And I start looking at this. And I start being like, there's some holes here, buddy. We got some very serious fucking plot holes that are going on. And I know you... So I know I love to tell you guys that I don't believe in the whole aliens with the UFO thing. Because I don't. I really don't. I think the whole UFO things are humans. In some way, shape, or form. Because human... And I'll take this back. Because humans like playing fuck games with people's heads. There's some of these particular stories in the Bible where certain shit happens that... They really do sound like somebody playing fuck games with people's heads. In very key critical ways that are weird. Like the whole... In the story of the Ten Commandments, you know, where Moses goes up fucking Sinai to get the word from God or whatever on the fucking tablets, and he's like, keep all of your people and all the creatures and everything the fuck off my mountain, and nobody goes around this border, and you're supposed to have everybody guard this whole fucking border around this whole mountain, and anything caught on this mountain is gonna get fucking killed. Like, why do you need that kind of top secret shit going down? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's some big sus shit going on. And I could understand a lot of these motherfuckers are going to get electrocuted or going to get died or going to get a fucking radiation poison or a lot whatever. But then again, I'm going to come back and say, you know, anything that exists you can see, hear, touch, taste, or smell is definitely not God. I'm going to go ahead and say that that is from what could be extracted as animating principles and concepts and beliefs, which all could be put together as a literary concept as God. An embodiment such as that, like a literal fucking body like that, there's no way, buddy. You were I'm not buying that fucking shit, not for a second. You better get the entire fuck out. Like, no, it's not gonna happen. I don't think that's an idea. But and I think especially because all of these concepts are supposed to be embodied in ourselves. We are supposed to make these things come true ourselves. There is no man in the cloud going to come down and make this shit happen. We have to make goodness happen to each other because the universe is only ever giving us terrible shit. There's only ever something coming to eat us. And I can say that not as an absolute statement because it's not entirely what happens, because when you watch over enough time, call it luck, call it fortune. Like I said, I spent a lot of time studying feng shui, and I really it really fucking makes sense. The way that you situate your world around you directly dictates what happens in that environment. That has more to impact everything else in the environment than anything else. I mean, hell, hunters literally use the very concepts in feng shui to figure out, and I say this loosely in that, not that they read a fucking feng shui book to figure out how this works, but by studying how the pathways work, how creatures move along these pathways, how certain things move, you can figure out how to set up traps, how to set up baits, how to set up the inquisitive spirit of animals, because we can resonate with that. We can feel that curiousness and set up very clever traps for animals to be able to capture them and to be able to, like, fucking eat them, because that's the goal. We're trying to put them in a trap to be able to consume them. Like 90% of why we hunt things is you're going to eat it, or you're going to eat it and then turn it into something else. And nowadays, it's not so much that there's a lot of hunting that's for bullshit reasons. There's a lot of other, and I guess I would argue that that's always been a thing in certain ways. But part of it is trying to curb people and curb that idea and be like, be aware of what you're up to. You know, what's your plan with this life? Because this life has to go and do other life shit. You know, it's one of the quandaries that we have with as human existence as a predatory species. Also, like we're not just, you know, hiding and running in the corners and shit like that. Like everybody likes to create all these weird archetypes based around childlike fear. And it seems like a lot of people in certain situations, depending on how you go about it, they'll fucking rise to the occasion and they'll fuck your shit up. Like, you better can't be underestimating people. There's some righteous fucking spirits in people. I don't care what the fuck you think that it is. They will get up and they will fuck your shit up. So, understanding that and kind of giving its due, that people are... Like, I think the man in the sky idea is one of the more dangerous concepts presented to people. Because it gives you a scapegoat that's outside of yourself, that's beyond you, that you can blame, that you are not culpable for. And in the reality, all you need to worry about is what are you culpable for? What did you do? You know, and if you know if you didn't do it, you didn't fucking do it. So why the fuck be, you know, guilty or feel any kind of number of ways about it? Just, you know, you gotta feel some of the shit and let some of the shit go. Oh shit. Assassin's faster fire rate and 25 damage resistance while reloading. That's gotta get converted out. Oh, an auto stim with sentinels. Oof. Oof. Let's put the assassin's laser rifle away. Or laser pistol. I'll turn that into something later because people like those. And I got a Vanguard's Urban Scout Sentinels. Wow. Exterminator's Excavator. Goodbye Autostim. The Vanguard's Charisma and Sentinels. Not super great. I think part of the problem with the whole God thing is a lot of how people look to apply God to their life. I know you do, Bong. You're the first person I fucking thought of. I was like, fuck. Where the fuck are you? Oh, I gotta put all these outfits away. Like, I really think, especially a lot of people that wield, and I'll put it this way, a lot of people that wield the concept of God, wield him as God the butler. And I think that's putting the cart in front of the horse. That's not how the nature of creation works in the universe. That's not how the nature of how the universe works. And I think the utilization of that is one of those original blasphemies. I think that's the original kind of taking God's name in vain concept. And I think that whole enterprise in and of itself has ruined people's ability to explore for themselves these questions that we have to all ask and digest, so we can help each other move through these hard questions, you know, with death, with loss, with all these unforeseen things that happen, that things that we can say are unforeseen in life. But then when you talk to enough people, you figure out that the shit ends up happening to everybody. Like, the shit, unfortunately, the terrible things in the universe are a little bit more universal than some of the good things in some ways. And that a lot of what people end up classifying as a lot of the good things end up being very, very small things that are extremely valuable, that are just priceless in ways. Like, what's good to people always is priceless. What's bad to people has to be quantified in the lowest possible integer. So I think that's why people spend a little bit more time looking at that. I know in my own life, that's something that I come to find, that I spend far more time having to think about a lot of things that are wrong in my life. because if I don't put the energy towards solving that, then everything just kind of gets worse. But by proxy, one thing I've had to learn kind of the hard way, because I give myself a lot of flack for not thinking about the good things in my life a lot that happen, is I feel the good things in my life when they happen. I'm really good at trying to stop the world and trying to be in those moments. And I might not always be able to remember everything that happened as a verbatim story to be able to read back to you on everything that's happened. But the sentiment, the feeling, and the emotion, and how I felt, I never forget.
Citizen.
It's how those people that become near and dear to me will have and always will be near and dear to me. And even if we no longer talk, or we're not apart, or if we can't talk, whatever the case is, I love everybody that I've ever loved in my life, and I hope only the best for them. And I'm not somebody that's... I like to talk a lot of shit, like, fuck these guys, you're a fucking asshole, you can burn in hell, whatever. And in reality, it's not like my gig at all. I don't believe in that. I don't think that's who I am as a person. I definitely think that, debts have to be paid, things have to be sorted out. Not even that everybody is like owed something necessarily, but that you owe yourself, or that at least I owe myself, certain things to be able to feel better about the entire experience. And part of that is I want to treat people the way that I want to be treated, because no one else is going to do that. And like I say that because it's just one of the weird things that I've had to find to be true, is that if no one else is going to treat anybody else good, well, I want to treat people good. And is that okay? Because I'd like treating people good. I like you guys being here. I like getting in to talk to you guys about this stuff. I know it's a little bit triggering, and that's one thing that is really bothersome to Mally. He in particular, he's not super thrilled about it. And like I said, I'm not thrilled about it either. I don't really necessarily even want to have these conversations. Like, why the fuck do I have to waste my life energy talking about this? But then I come up to certain moments where the reality is that I can't rationally define why. And I'll be honest with you, I can rationally define why everything bad that ever happened happens. You can come up with all kinds of rationality for that. That's not necessarily true. But I find myself very hard pressed to make rational the good things that happen, because good things just happen. And the reality is, and the painful reality of that understanding is that just things are just always fucking happening. Like, I don't really necessarily think that it's just about God is going to make all the good things happen, or that's necessarily the function of that purpose of thought. I think we are the things that can talk to each other, and we have been the things talking to each other over time through all these different stories for generations and generations, trying to make sense of... Oh, we're playing fuck games around here. I'm gonna stop moving. I'm in the fucking building. Fucking Justin Bond, you son of a bitch. We're on the same team, ass clown. Here. You're welcome, my bro. I love you too, my bro. You're spectacular. It's like, get up off your knees, fucker. What are you doing? Let's get to this. And, yeah, there's a lot of dressing that ends up on religion that I don't find particularly helpful. What I do find helpful is the way people... Yeah, I'm on the way right now. The way people try and treat each other. So, like... people justify and come up with reasons to be mean to one another. To create enemies, to create people that they don't like. There's a handful of people that don't create a rationality for people that they don't like. Sometimes you get people that genuinely are just like, I just don't fucking like you. And that's the thing, that makes sense. But I feel like people come up with a lot of rationale to discount people, to dislike people, to dismiss people, to any number one of these negative things that I'm not super thrilled about. I don't think anybody really is. But I also think having the ability to generate those negative sensations and feelings, like knowing how to discount thoughts and break thoughts down, is important, because then you can learn how to formulate thoughts to where they're well suited enough to be able to hold themselves. And one thing that's important about, I think it's really important for humans, is that we have to talk together about these things to figure it all out. Like, mostly because if we are left to our own devices to think about it, we're not qualified to think about this. It's easy to drive ourselves crazy, just to barely, to take a look at the divine can shatter, the consciousness of any mortal man. And I think a big portion of that concept is its job is to break down, the people's minds and ways. And I have mixed feelings about that, dude. I'm not thrilled about that, but I can understand it, because it's like, I'm trying to think about this. It's almost like an artificial mental chemical process that's designed to, it's like preparing simulation for trauma before trauma happens. So when the trauma happens, there's already systems in place, like a spiritual inoculation, if you will, or a mental inoculation for a more specific term. And that's where I find some of this kind of weird, because there's a lot of these really excellent, good pieces that are posited and presented and handled, and then you get some of these things that are just like, what the fuck? And then, like I said, it's hard without having an understanding of all the history of what was going on in there. I mean, realistically, most of the stories in the Bible, I think, were made very truncated to make them swift for oral histories, like so you can easily tell the story. But because there's no historical context, it doesn't make sense. Like, especially like the whole justification of slavery and all kinds of shit, when like pretty much every system on earth at that point had slavery set up for everybody. Like, if they would fucking, people go into different towns and straight up abduct motherfuckers, like wholesale, for always. And then they came up with laws about this shit. And they had to come up with laws about it so that way if you broke the law about it, then they could send their military force in and fuck your shit up. And hey, you violated the law here, with our fucking turning our people into slaves, or fucking stealing our slaves, or whatever the case is. It's fucking terrible. And then you hear about it, and in almost every case of how slavery works is it's always an extension of debt onto people. It's saying, well, hey, I helped you, so now you fucking owe me for this whole situation. And that's, not how that's supposed to be. Like, and I say that from a perspective in that I'm very lucky in that from where I live, people are generally try to be very productive and industrious, and those try to be friendly if they can help it. When you go into areas where people aren't very productive and are not able to be productive, which is the other thing, the worst part that comes is I come from a place where people aren't allowed to do things. You can't have businesses. You can't do things like this. If you're doing this shit, you're gonna get fucking attacked, or fucking they're gonna steal your home or your business, or your fucking come to raid your shit, and it's just, you're not allowed to have a life. And so I understand what that looks like, and how real that is, because controlling the pathways of monetary movement, controlling economic progress in different areas is definitely one of those games that I don't think it's any stretch of the imagination. I think, in fact, it's probably far more the norm than not. I mean, I love how in different places that are all dangerous depending on whether they're at, they'll put ultra high dollar stores specifically to get negative activity at, I feel like. And then like you go, like you can't get a real like a
food distribute, like for instance, in Los Lunas, you can't get a real Costco or like a Sam's Club or anything. Not this yet. Not yet, because there's not enough physical people within a certain radius around the event to justify having another unit there. So instead, what they're going to do is they're going to drop Dollar Generals and stuff inside all of the, right inside the hood, right next to the gas station that we have. It's been a family-owned gas station for 50 years or whatever. So, like, a lot of how war is conducted now in the 21st century, and how war has been conducted for a long time, I feel like, has changed forms in such unique ways that it's in a lot of cases indiscernible from what war used to be. And so we are trained to, this isn't war, this isn't what you think it is, But like, for instance, you're not allowed to have your food truck parked on a certain part of off the side of the road. You have to go to a certain designated location to have your food truck parked, which in some cases can make sense. Maybe it's dangerous there. Maybe there's no parking there. Maybe there's nothing that's helpful there. Maybe the landowner doesn't want you on there. Maybe that's the thing for sure. But like, there's no ways for us to generate dialogue to figure that out. Like in a lot of cases, you get landowners that are like, "Oh, I don't want anything happening on my land." But if you can get people talking to one another, certain exchanges are able to be made, or whatever the case is. The next thing you know, it's like, oh, hey, this is a useful addition to what's happening here, and you know what, for a little bit, yeah, that could happen, but by us not being able to communicate with each other directly, and I think that's the part that's most dangerous. Like, I think especially with religion, especially with applied religion, you end up with a lot of it where it's so removed from the real world applications that there's no other way to look at it and perceive any of its connotations as anything except for something dangerous. And especially because most of how it's been presented to the vast majority of people is this is the truth as written and given by God, which is, I don't think that's necessarily how that's supposed to be taken, because you're supposed to take it from a literary perspective, an analytical perspective, where you're able to sort through the different stories from multiple different perspectives and use them as archetypes with which to kind of mold and play with, to figure out how different personality types work. I think that's one of the more important aspects that could be had with that, and it's one thing that you do in literary analysis with every single story you read. And eventually, if you do it in film analysis, you do it with every single film that you watch. And so you try to sort through all this information and figure out what are the valid points, what's actually being shared from this experience. What did you learn from this? What did you gain from this? What's keeping you going in this experiment? And I find people's pursuit of the truth far more interesting, because I find people being presented with a religious question and then asking further, hey, what can I do about any of this? How does my thoughts and feelings and emotions apply to the situation? How does my thoughts and feelings and emotions apply to the universe from this perspective? Since apparently our thoughts and feelings and emotions do in fact have an impact on the universe. And you get certain, I think, thoughts and people able to think that can make things like that happen far easier in certain instances, I would say it's not in certain places. I would say certain thoughts occur in time based on how people are able to perceive the environment around them and the stimuli that they're occurring into, and then how they're able to translate that information and relay that information to the world around them at large. So I think that's sort of where the whole, I don't know what to classify it as or how that's classified as, but like the wise people or the prophet thing. And I think what we've lost is an appreciation for weird and strange deep thought. But I also think it's hard because you have to have a certain level of critique of weird, strange thought. You have to be like, hey, what the fuck is this? And where did you come up with this from? Like, what are you gunning for? And that's one of the more important processes that has to be had.
I mean, hell, even fucking one of the things that Jesus Christ really emphasized in the story of himself was be very critical of how you think and feel about the world, and how you let people impact how you think and feel about the world. Because people can and will manipulate you to do terrible things. Which is ironic because they ended up fucking manipulating him and nailing his ass to a fucking cross here, you know what I mean? So I'm like, bro. And that's why I find it interesting when they're always like, you know, well, it had to happen so he could die and be resurrected. I'm not really I don't buy the whole resurrection thing, because I think the resurrection concept comes from our ability to mentally construct versions and iterations of ourselves that are able to, you know, we live out mental simulations, instances, so that way we don't necessarily have to go do the stupid things. You know what? I might have some frags, my dude. And I think a lot of the concept of what's presented as God, I think, are ways for people to try and personify and make sense of ways that they think without in some ways having to take accountability for it directly. And secondly, in some cases, to give enough credit to ideas that are abstract enough that, like, the only way to get it was to present it as though a disembodied figure gave it to you. And I think in a lot of cases, I question aliens, man. I'm not trying to be fucked up, but I really do think aliens. And I've been holy balls. Here, in that case, let me drop you a little bit more. Part of what I was trying to get to, and I've been waiting to make Mally laugh, and I feel like I've taken too long, so she's probably all annoyed at me. But, aliens. The only things that want humans to do things in nature are other humans. And I don't really know if it's possible to get off this planet and around and all about. But it's probably easier to figure out some way of getting back to Earth. Yeah, you can probably figure out a way, if you can, like, chart Earth's trajectory, to be able to get forward or backward in time to Earth far easier than it would be almost in some cases to get to different planets. And I only say that because I've heard some very smart people talking about what it takes to get in between. I mean, I would say not between different planets, let's say between different solar systems, because we can probably get people between different planets in our solar system easier, like Mars and stuff like that. But when trying to get to planets in other solar, like, units, then we're gonna have serious fucking problems. And like I said, part of that is understanding how perspective changes and warps and moves, and I think that's a very interesting thing that we're now forced to contend with. How do we handle perceiving the world around us in a way where we can, like, not just adequately survive, but thrive? Especially when we have so many different natural things trying to eat us, and then we're trying to eat us. Like, one thing where Malika definitely has right on is the human propensity for self-cannibalism, or for cannibalism, is fucking intense. And that's not just on a spiritual level, I mean in a literal physical level, like consuming each other's lives. I mean, think about how the gathering of money and the quantification of money is based on hours of time worked. And then we have to consume this to try and get through our lives, to get through everything else that's going on here. I mean, it's fucked. And it's a weird system that we designed and engineered and presented to be gamed in a way to be easily taunted and thrown over people. So, and trying to figure out how to make sense of this shit is, like I said, one of the weirdest things that I've ever tried to undertake. So I definitely agree with where the sentiment of what Mally's coming from when he's saying about the whole, that there could be nothing benevolent with it. But I think that what is benevolent is we are benevolent. That there's something inherently inside of ourselves that we communicate to ourselves, an ethic that we keep sharing, like a fire we keep passing to one another. to keep looking out for one another and to keep trying to be, patient and caring and loving and understanding, even though literally the entire world around us is on fire and trying to kill us. So I don't know if any of that made sense at all. But like I said, I think a lot of the reason why a lot of people kind of share a lot of the concepts based on religion is because they don't have any other way themselves of being able to describe some of the... Oh, hey, Bayoki, how's it going on? You still have 2K colas, so I need frags and we'll be set. I don't know how many of them I can make. Exclamation point play if you want to get on this. I'm going to turn my AC on to cool right now. So you guys kind of dived in the middle of we're kind of all in the shit right now, so talking about all the stuff that you're not supposed to be talking about. Mostly because I'm like, if we don't talk about this, how are we supposed to make sense of any of it? And like I said, I'm not necessarily super thrilled about it, but I think it's something important that we should at least make an attempt at. Mostly because I think it's important to understand stories and to kind of sort through and make sense of what we can without necessarily getting overly involved to the point where things get out of hand. I mean, not necessarily that we shouldn't, like, alright, let me get my fucking fan here because I'm dying. I know I'm supposed to leave. Fuck, I need to leave soon. I should have left already. Okay, everyone checking in. Alright, I'm gonna get my fan, cool off. So I was gonna tell my sad story about Christmas, which is, I think, very important for kind of everybody, because I think it's why we have Christmas. Not Christmas in per se, but the entire gamut of holiday celebrations that happen at near the winter solstice. It's just something that I have happened to have noticed in my years. So, wintertime is fucking rough. And I say that in with the complete understanding that it sounds like the most obvious thing in the world to fucking say. But it might not be so obvious to some people, especially depending on how you live in the wintertime. Did you not get that yet? I made chicken dip and salad. No, I didn't get to that yet. I actually waited because I wanted to make sure that everybody that was in was in. I think psychologically one of the hardest things that we've had to develop as a mechanism is faith, period. Faith in anything. I mean, literally just once you start learning about the future and the mechanisms about how the future works and the certain level of uncertainty, I think it's really fucking hard to not, at least in my case, I find it very hard not to fall prey to the whole, fuck, what does any of this mean? What's the purpose of this? This is just fucking stupid. Why do I have to deal with any of this meaningless suffering and all this other shit? And so we really work on trying to come up with a way to put a type of a meaning to the suffering.
The game was rigged from the start.
Dude, Balky's fucking just beating the piss out of everybody. I was supposed to light this. So when I hit cheers. And with the understanding that faith is such a hard reflex to develop and grow, I think when wintertime happens, pretty much everywhere in the world, and especially at different times, you know, whatever the low periods are, you find these moments where everything gets completely fucked up. And I can say this from out here at least, and I can say from living in New Mexico, for instance, and dealing with our ecology. Winter is rough. You could fucking, if you're not in a well-insulated house, if you're not in a well-contained situation, you could fucking freeze to death for literally no reason. And when things get rough like that, there's not a lot of resources, there's not a lot you can get to, there's not a lot happening. Or if you're lucky enough and smart enough, in the wild, you can follow, you know, prey species and things, and prey species you can also eat what they're eating. You don't necessarily have to eat them if you have any sense. You eat, you know, one or two of them if you're lucky, you know, and generally kind of dial it down and dial it back a bit. That's why you have, you know, a big feast or something during the winter. It's, hey, here's the time we have to kill something, so we better get our fucking protein in real quick. And then we can fuck back off and do whatever else we were doing to try and stay alive. And also, I think one of the other more important things is not just from we're going to get protein, but we have to share this time together with each other. And this is one of those moments where, because in the real world, we all don't get to spend a lot of time together. I mean, hell, even here on the stream, we don't get to spend a lot of time together. And so one thing we do is we hang out here, we play our games, we kind of communicate and talk as best we can, and do what we can to keep our community together and to make the best out of it. Balky 1, I'm going to add you to the list. Did I not? Who won the last round? Have I not been writing them? I'm just gonna keep writing them now. I think I've been writing them all down. See, you're like, I never win nothing. You won this one, didn't you? Look at that. So with Christmas time and with that time of year, it gets really hard on people. The sunlight goes away. You don't get a lot of that solar energy that you'd normally be used to. You don't get to be outside. It's hard to be outside. It's generally rough. Like, I don't know. When you're younger, wintertime is awesome. But eventually you get to a certain age when wintertime really fucking sucks. And especially if you spend a lot of time by yourself, I think it's really like the most depressing thing on the planet. And so we all, and I think everybody gets really depressed and sad, and because we all miss each other. We all want to hang out. We all want to have this time that we can share together and really enjoy it, because we need that experience. I mean, fuck, how many of us have a rough day if we don't get a chance to hang out on the stream, or if we don't get a chance to like play the games together with our friends, or have our game nights or whatnot. Like, we create social ritual and engagement and interaction to be able to share things together. I miss talking to Vantron. She needs to stream soon. Yeah, she'll talk soon. There's one thing my mom has, and one thing my mom has instilled to me, because my mom has lived through the most incredible shit. The most fucking incredible shit. That's just beyond fucking even telling in story. And that's one of the hard things. Like I said, I couldn't do it. I can do it, man, but it's a fucking rough ride. And I think that's generally why, like, her and I both, we try and talk about a lot of things that are kind of outside of ourselves a bit. Things that are a little bit more beyond that we can all share together without necessarily having to talk too much about the experience, because my mom's really good about telling the story of the experience, like in detail, and not becoming overly involved. I definitely get super involved, and I try to like really work on getting disciplined to not be so much. Exclamation point play. But one thing my mom taught me, she's the one that really taught me to have the willingness to have these conversations, to be brave enough to talk about these things, because I definitely believe in a God, but I don't believe in a man in the sky. I definitely don't believe in some kind of a fucking butler here to fix my every fucking whim. And for the most part, like I said, anything that you can see, hear, touch, taste, or smell in any capacity, there's no way that can be the creator of all the universe. But what creation has done is given us within ourselves images of ourselves that we can find to be able to keep surviving and be able to overcome even the wildest of situations that we create for ourselves. And in that way, there's always hope, and that we are the source of hope for ourselves. And that once we understand that part of what makes us a source of hope for ourselves is we have to remember how we are connected to each other and how much we rely upon each other as a unit to make the world happen. I'm going to go ahead and exclamation point play. And I think that a lot of these behaviors and observations and understandings, I think these are the essence. These are the essence of the Word of God that are presented to all of us. The essence of the word, of the concept of God presented to each of us. And that we all will extract in our own ways and forms. And it's not necessarily, like I said, that there's some man in the sky. But there's information sets. There's all of these different pathways and ways that you can explain things. But a lot of the mechanizations with which the stories have gotten to us, I have a lot of questions about why those were done in the way that they were done. Even from a narrative perspective, why the fuck were these stories oriented in such a way? And to what end? And why especially the emphasis? They place a lot of emphasis on in the afterlife everything's going to be better. And especially because a lot of people really have that as like a key crux of their belief, which I find very peculiar. Because what I find most predominant is not like what's going to happen afterwards, but what we can do now, and what can we help bolster our strength within the immediate term to get through the immediate heartaches that we're dealing with. If that makes any kind of sense. I'm going to go and start this countdown. Anybody else want to get in? Exclamation point play. You have 60 seconds. So, and like I said, it's one of those things it can be hard to figure out for yourself. But we all tell each other the stories of what we live through and what we go through and what we've allowed ourselves to get through in certain ways. I'd have to say that because I think there's a lot of facilities that are part of us. Oh yeah, they get terrible where we live. Yeah, it's funny because it's super hot and then it fucking freezes. And like it's not like, Minnesota or whatever, but the way things freeze out here and the way the wind and everything moves, like you can get winds that blow through in the night in the middle of winter that will shatter everybody in the entire county's pipes. You know what I mean? Like every other fucking house or like every fourth house or some shit. Like full on catastrophes that happen like that. Where are you at? Aren't you West Coast? See, you're our like slightly more stable cousins, because I'm here in New Mexico, and New Mexico is one of those places that people definitely say the harshness of it is evidence that there is no God. Yeah, I mean Los Angeles is the same thing, believe it or not. You're not too far away. You have the nice ocean that keeps you warm and situated, but you go just outside of California or just outside of LA and it's pretty much like out here. There's not a whole lot. Is the East Coast unstable? Well, I mean, considering the hurricanes and everything they go through, it's kind of rough. And you guys also have some really fucking harsh winters that come through. So I would definitely say you guys have a lot more movement that happens. And I would only say that, like I said, there are are a little bit more stable cousins comparatively to like New Mexico. But I mean, New Mexico is incredibly unstable to begin with, so I'm not saying that they're like super stable. Like, you know what I mean? They're still related to us pretty closely. As a matter of fact, they're just a tiny, tiny little bit more stable, and that they have a little bit better ecology. Like, as far as like how the whole environment handles water and shit like that. Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting to think about how ecologies directly affect people's attitudes and
Can you help me?
inflections and
I
stuff.
need water. Purified water, please.
Shut up, you thirsty fucker. But like I said, I think it's very important to understand, and that's another thing I was trying to get at, is how ecologies
I'm gonna kick
are
your ass.
oriented directly impact how a lot of cultures are, how they orient themselves. What do they do? Why do they dress the way that they do? Why do they build whatever they do? You know what I mean? Fucking Bongwater won that shit, followed by Baoki. Let's go Bong. What I find interesting, and what I particularly love about the group of people that hang out here on the stream and you know, between mine and my mom's stream and stuff, is that everybody here is in one way, shape, or form searching for the truth. Bongwater, you're a fucking badass. Look at you. You got now one. Oh, that's your third win. Nice. Everybody here is looking for the truth and willing to seek truth and willing to honestly and willingly look at their experience and try and sort through their own lensing, which I find fascinating. The fact that everybody kind of shares this idea separately, uninvolved and without direct, like, dogmatic connection. Like, I don't think everybody here is explicitly Christian. I don't think here is explicitly whatever the case is. Everybody here thinks whatever the fuck they think. Like I said, I like looking at a lot of these things in terms of literary analysis and what can we get from the story itself and figure out through it. Because you can get morals from fucking all kinds of stories. Like, every story, you should be able to get some kind of a fucking moral from it. Like, if it has any kind of value or merit, you should learn something. Anything. And arguably, every time you hear a good story, you should learn something new. You should be presented with some new challenge, some new questions, some new, hey, what the fuck? I would imagine so. When I think about it. The Earth is square. Prove me wrong. Fight me. Right? Well, and it's weird how you like, that's one thing that I think that's fun. A lot of the kind of agnostic ideas that went into the initial formation of Christianity, like, led as direct fertilizer. And I'll say this in certain ways. Direct fertilizer in two different aspects. Being both supportive of science and being incredibly critical of science to get rid of it. Because a lot of most religions and stuff encourage reason to a point to where it can figure out how to easily manipulate people in that moment, which is one of the points I think that Mally really wants to emphasize and have understood, which I agree with. It's very predatory in the way in that it seems like it's a trap. You know what I mean? Like, almost all of them. And in certain ways, I kind of think that they are soul traps to kind of encourage people to kind of get. I feel like a lot of religion encourages people to get the fuck out, for lack of a better term. And I'm saying that in that this is how the religions are wielded, not necessarily in what they're formulated from. Because we're going to go back to the axioms I presented beforehand. No lie can be formulated without bits of the truth. And it has to have a certain level, and it has to have a certain level of the truth to be able to seem true enough to pass. For anything. Every story generated has to have enough of a facsimile to the real world to seem real. Like, why the fuck wouldn't the Earth be square if there's four corners to the fucking Earth? Oh, you know what I mean? Like, dead ass. And so you can present axioms and things like that for situations like that. But what I love about humans is there's always some other dumb fuck that comes in and looks at you and is like, why? And then you're like, oh, well, this is the reason why. Prove me wrong. And so this is where learning how to battle our thoughts, being able to sort everything out and being able to really formulate things together solidly, I think is really important. I think that's kind of like, maybe that's the secret that religions have snuck in underneath themselves. And that only the most discerning ones can really sort through the bullshit enough to figure it out, maybe? I don't know if that's necessarily the right way to formulate that. Because it does take a certain level of a mind to be willing to literally dig through the garbage of the bullshit of the world to find all the gold nuggets. And then it takes a whole different type of person to go through all that effort and then to hand it back to people. Because in most cases, when you give wisdom away, you're giving it away. You know, it's wisdom generally, as long as it's something that's practiced, is something that you're going to keep. So it ever perpetuates. It keeps growing. It's a never-ending fountain. And realistically, as long as you're giving it away, you're practicing it, you're with the spirit of it, you're understanding it, it's always being understood. You're always going to grow from it. So there's some of that's kind of kept in that, in which case you keep your spirit eternal by ever burning yourself, by ever destroying what was coming beforehand. Which is a really weird concept that humans have cooked that up, and a lot of different humans have cooked up that same metaphor for what humans go through spiritually to try and figure out what the fuck is going on. And it's weird that we even came up with the word spiritual for it, because really what we're dealing with is a mental exercise, a mental exploration. It's less of a Star Trek and more of a brain trek. You know, and for us, it's trying to figure out, why would we let these thoughts take over our brain? Why does God need our spaceship? And really, because when you start to understand an embodiment of creation, it's less about some of these contextual bases. I think that, here's the thing. A lot of these contextual bases with which the information is presented is brought through problematic, and part of it is because the systems and situations in which they encounter are by nature problematic to begin with, and we're trying to figure that shit out because it's a fucking problem, and that shit sucks, and none of us are really super thrilled about it. Like, it took us a long time to figure out slavery. It took us and we still haven't figured it out. Like, debt slavery is literally the new branding of everything in America, and then, you know, you have the same concept being applied to the social credit system in fucking China and shit. So you have a lot of these other weird systems overlapping that are in direct contradiction with the human right and responsibility to have the meeting of the minds to complete deals. Like, we all agree to sit here and to try and talk through and sort this shit out. We make a deal together that what we're bringing is only goodness, only the best of what we can distill and understand, to try and beat the shit out of it all and to prove it wrong. We really do. Realistically, if you're taking a scientific and a rational approach to things, you're trying to take ideas and destroy them and trying to see how well they stand up. And then if you're going in with an engineering perspective, you want to see how things are breaking so you can figure out what of the nature of it was allowing it to break. And then you have to figure out whether or not it needs to break in that way, which is a whole fucking... I think if you're not an engineer, that's not even something that you think about. I don't think very many people have to conceive of everything breaking, unless you're really, like, you know what I mean, you're pretty neurotic. I'm really neurotic, so I'm like that. I fucking obsess about shit's breaking all the time. I'm like, fuck. And part of that's because I've grown up a very rational person. So I don't really rightly just believe. I mean, I know, and it's ironic because I do talk a lot about, well, everything's going to be all right, everything's going to work out. And I say that because it eventually does, and it will. Like, it's not a matter of necessarily, like, I just believe it. It's happening. And it keeps happening for some fucking reason. So I think it's very important to kind of understand, at least within ourselves, within each of us, kind of the distinction of those things. Because I think a lot of how people have tried to force the idea of upon God and upon a world separate than ourselves is really devoid of any kind of actual spirit or any understanding that makes sense to the human biological mind. Like, there's only so much bullshit you can stuff down something's throat before it throws it all up. Literally, there's only so much sugar you can force down someone's throat before they vomit, just the same. Like, it's not too far removed, I think, from the whole experience. So figuring out how to sort that out and get rid of all the bullshit, I think, is very important. And likewise, I think being able to extract the goodness and the important parts of it are very important. So for, like I said, the Christmas story, I think a lot of the reason why people come up with all of these redemption and these strange archetypes that come around that time is because that's when everything fucking dies. Literally everything dies. All the trees die, the plants die, temperatures drop, all the creatures drop dead. Shit goes haywire. If you don't mind your fucking animals and plants out here, it's gonna die. The last one was bong water. Bong water. Here, I'll hit the button. Alright, there's 50 seconds. If anybody wants to join in, exclamation point play. Like I said, I gotta head out of here in a minute anyways. I really appreciate you guys coming with me on this journey and kind of trying to sort some of this stuff out. Like I said, not that I'm intending on any of us sorting any of it out. It's more or less I want to toss these ideas around and kind of chew on it a little bit. You know what I mean? Let's share different ideas about it because it's very important, I think, for all of us to figure out why we believe what we believe. Like, why do we believe what we believe? I really want to know that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important for us to really kind of question some of these experiences and be willing to present our ideas, share those ideas, and be willing to challenge those same ideas. And bring ideas that we expect to be challenged with a hope and understanding that through that challenge we will grow and become stronger. And if we believe what we believe, it'll become more solidified. So, dude, this is anybody's race right now. It says Nugs is in the lead. She just dove into the last second just to start whooping everyone's ass. She's like, oh, I heard Bong was moving ahead. Hold up now, let me fix that. Oh shit. Meanwhile, Stone and Bong are actually ahead. Stone just doesn't know how to fucking pay attention to what's being narrated. Oh, this is one of my mom's tracks. But the understanding, I think, and the development of the concept of faith was probably one of the hardest things that we ever had to learn. And I think wintertime was probably one of the major causes of that, at least in some aspects, because everybody's dying, everything's dying. You also had monsoon season in a lot of places that happened. Everybody's fucking dying. Everything's going tits up. What the fuck? Why did it just yeet bong water to death? It's gonna get me next. I'm so screwed. But, so by creating a, like, I think everybody found ways that because everything's dying then, everything's going terrible, you need to find ways of getting people gathered together and figure out ways to generate hope, as much hope as you can get out of everybody. Because when people are feeling hopeful, hope is contagious. I know a lot of people talk about fear being contagious, and I definitely think that that's true. But I think fear and hope are like the same, maybe the same mechanism being expressed. And so you can turn hope into fear and fear into hope. And that's one of those magic human processes, those magic human transmutations, if you will. The ability for us to turn the lead weight of heartache and despair into, the gold of joy and family and community and being together. Which is really one of the things that I really want to do with everybody here. And like I said, it's not something I really want to do otherwise. I don't really want to talk about this shit otherwise. Like there's I guess there's today. There's Sundays I'll talk about this shit, I guess. Mostly because it's the start of the work weekends. I would generally like to think about things in context of how things fit in the real world. Because for me, at least, a lot of these explorations come from trying to figure out, why the fuck do I think the dumb shit that I think? Because I'm kind of a dumb shit thinker. Like, I can definitely admit that. Yeah, I'm a dumb shit thinker, but I think about dumb shit in the most unique of ways. And a lot of the times how I think about things like that yields me very different results. And it also allows me to think about things very differently, and I can make friends with people that are very, very different than myself. And I can always very much enjoy them and learn from them from that process. And for me, I have to have a hope and a willingness that it's going to work out. And I generally have a hope and willingness that people share the same ideals that I do, which is I value human life, I value the human experience, I value storytelling, and I value that exchange and hospitality. So it's like, for instance, for me, all I have to bring you guys is stories. Like Bongwater always makes jokes like, "Why are you always having shit to teach us? Why aren't you just a teacher?" And it's because that's what I'm doing. I'm teaching you guys. I'm just showing you guys what I have. It's what I'm exploring with, at least. And then that way, hopefully, you guys can also toy with some of these ideas yourself, and maybe come back next time and, "Hey, Stone, what about this, this, and this?" I would very much like to participate in dialogue with some of this stuff. Mostly because a lot of this is stupendously controversial. Like I said, I'm not necessarily wanting to play with fire all the time, but I definitely want to sort through some of these things to where we can have conversations and not feel triggered to the point that we cannot participate or so shut down by our own experience, because I definitely feel that. Like a lot of this shit, especially when it comes to a lot of religious trauma, I can definitely share a lot of empathy with things, because shit doesn't always work out. And I think a lot of, at least in my own experience, a lot of my disappointments and stuff with religion have came from my not understanding the nature of the universe around me. And the more I've had to spend more time, building things, being immersed in that kind of world, the more that I've I've learned what I'm doing, and learned that I know nothing. It's okay to know nothing, but it's, at least in myself, I'm only okay with that stance as a starting position to go forward and to learn as much as I can, and to try and make sense of all of this shit that doesn't make sense. I appreciate you all letting me kind of talk and rant on more than I can express in words rightly at this point. You all are spectacular. You're amazing. Thank you for playing marbles with me. Bong and Nugs, thank you for really backpacking me along the entire way through 76. God, I needed that. I need you guys' help. I really appreciated that. And part of it is I needed time to talk about some of these things, kind of sort some of this out, because it's stuff that bothers me. I don't just believe shit. I'd never want to fucking believe shit, because the only time that people want you to believe things is when something's being pulled over, for the most part. I feel like if you're instinctively up to believing on things, that's something. And it's one thing because we have that as a colloquialism, just believe me, It's definitely just an interesting colloquialism. But I would rather try and do the thing and show you guys the thing and try and make it happen than just be like, just believe me or whatever. because I believe in what I see in things. I believe in what can be provable. If I see you do an experiment, I want to be able to do the same experiment myself, and it makes sense. And part of that is setting up documentation, getting things going right. That's where we have the school of the scientific method. We can apply that logic to the situation to try and sort some things out. But when we're trying to deal with something that has no basis in reality and it barely has any context to reality, I don't know, man. I don't really necessarily, like I said, I don't buy religion. I don't buy a lot of what religion has going on. But I definitely can understand stories, because when my elders tell me stories and I have to sort through that, I have to go through all of these and remember the details and try and sort out the morals for myself and what they did wrong, what would I have done differently, how did I think that this played out, and learning to practice on that, and by proxy using that same critical thinking ability to kind of chop through the text to figure out what makes sense and what resonates with you. And I'm not saying that you're the ultimate authority on what makes you, on what makes God. I mean, I think you probably will be. You spend enough time looking at stuff and sorting it out. But rightly, you only ever can figure out whatever the concept of God means to you. And I don't think any of us can figure out for anybody else. I think we can find examples, and I think we can sort things out, and I think we can use those bases as an example that we can use to sort through our own experience and figure out, is this contributing to the goal set that I want? Am I making that world? Or am I making it worse? Yep. I have to leave in 5 minutes, so we better get this match going. All my tools are down there. I have to go out there and get it all sorted out anyways. I'm not thrilled about it. It's part of why I'm talking about all this shit. Everybody I know right now is going through major existential crises. I'm going through one of the most major existential crises in my entire life. And have been for months now. I'm trying to make the best out of the situation. So part of coming through and trying to sort these things out and ask these things and sort through the human experiences and all of our narratives to help make everything make sense, I think is very important. Because feeling like our suffering is meaningless is, at least for myself, it's the worst thing ever, because it feels like I don't know how to put this. It feels like the antidote to hope. It feels like the poison that absolutely kills hope. It stops it in its place and removes it. And blind faith, I guess I really am a person at some levels that has a certain level of blind faith. It's not blind faith. I have faith because I have really good perceptions and I trust my perceptions. And if a lot of my perceptions are aligning in agreement that a course of action is a good course of action, what I should do is follow that always, and I don't. This conversation is me following that. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not, because I've wanted to throw up this whole time. Because it's a hard topic to talk about with people. People don't really want to get super involved in it because we're dealing with this super personal issues that can be drowning in a way. And while I definitely want to take you guys on a voyage deep, I never want to feel like I'm drowning you all. And I know for Mally, for instance, I always feel like I'm drowning him. It's really, really unfortunate. Mostly because I think, and I can share this perspective with him, when you have a lot of people in your life that are coming from a completely blind faith perspective, it can really turn you off to the entire enterprise, period. And I don't disagree with it. Like, seriously. When you get certain people that blindly believe things without any kind of reasonable thought or analysis, and the thing that I find interesting, more than anything, especially with the teaching of Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ taught us to be critical thinking, to analyze things, to love your neighbor as though they were your own, and hold no other gods before you, which means that you need to think for yourself. You are required to think and feel for yourself. And this is something I fail to do for myself constantly, is to think and feel, not just think and feel for myself, but to act upon those thoughts and feelings, and to trust your instincts. Each of us, all of us, are the summation of 1,000 different loves beforehand. And all those loves from all these instincts guiding each other together. Might have not been great, it might not have been perfect, it might have been fucked up, it might have been terrible even in the instance. Remember we were talking about all the different flavors of how shit exists? Reality is far fucking stranger than it ever we could ever rightly explain it to be. I'm gonna start this match. If anyone wants to join in, exclamation point play. You've got 50 seconds. However, all of the instinctual coming together of that has given you abilities. And for most of us, we temper those abilities and we sort through them to try and find the ones that we feel like work best for us and work best for our people, work best for everybody that we care about, that we're working with. And I think that is the bootloader that a lot of modern religions have tried to have for humans for the longest period of time. But the reality is, especially what we come to find a lot of these great thinkers, these great deep thinkers have brought to us, is that we still have to think for ourselves and process this data for ourselves. It is arguably the most important thing and our prime responsibility that we have to do. And in that same aspect, when you start coming to holidays and you start looking at other things like that, I think what you have is we have to look out for ourselves, and we have to look out for each other, and we have to find, by whatever means or justification you can come up with, we have to make sure that we're all okay and that we're all taken care of. And if we have an ability... Oh shit, they got nugs! Shit. Oh, and then I got yeeted to death. This is all bong water. Bong water makes it eat good. What the fuck? Really? Fuck that, dude. Alright. Should we run another one, or should we get the fuck out of here? We did the 4 hours. We've streamed our 4 hours, so we're good. So I don't know if I'll stream later on this evening or not, but I mean I might. I keep saying that I'm not gonna go streaming, and then I show back up again. Let's run one more match because that was completely dissatisfying. For instance, I don't know why we all will be drawn together and hang out together and we'll be able to have the communications that we do, because you guys all bring to me the most interesting and deep and in a lot of cases painful questions, and I don't know where the fuck it comes from. And shit, the vast majority of it I think I talked to you guys about. I talked with you guys about it. And so for me, being able to present some of these questions and ideas and to try and sort through it is very important. Because if I have tools to figure things out, the least I can do is try and hand you any tools that might be available that may be useful. And likewise, all the tools that you guys give me, I appreciate it, and I, make work with. Yeah, make work with. Fuck my brain. So yeah, like I said, I very much appreciate you guys being here, and thank you guys for participating in chat. Thank you guys for talking and sharing your ideas and concerns and thoughts. It was interesting to see that the Santa Claus comment went as well as it did. I didn't think it was going to go great, but To find out that far more of you thought the same way, people I didn't think would, it's very interesting to me. So I feel good to know that I'm among good company, people that are adventurers and explorers, willing to kind of think about a lot of this stuff, trying to sort it out and make sense of it. Because I think we're all trying to make sense of it. And I think for the most part, not only are we trying to make sense of it, we're all trying to have a good time and make sure everybody's taken care of. At least I am. And it seems like I said, from all I've talked to all of you, I feel like you guys all are kind of in agreement that that's the thing that needs to happen. So there's that. Alright. We had 5 minutes left on this to make the whole 4 hours worth. I don't know if anybody else wants to get in on this. You can !play, get in on it right away. But yeah, I definitely felt compelled to let's jump into some murky waters today and see what's going to happen. And see what everyone's going to kind of cook up. It is not a comfortable conversation to have. Like I said, but I don't expect anybody to have all the answers because I don't have all the answers. And anybody who proclaims to have all the answers is clearly selling you something. So I appreciate you guys not letting me sell you something. Now, in lieu of that, I would like an opportunity to sell you guys something, which is sort of kind of not the thing that we do here, but of course the prime thing I want you guys to do to support the channel always is just watch, just come and hang out, just join in chat, be a part of the experience. I appreciate you guys just even being here. If you guys want to take some of us with you into the real world, we have until the 30th of this month, so it's going to be next Saturday. We have our Teespring store with all of our Natural Typical Gamers gear, our original Natural Typical Gamers gear. We're going to be swapping all of this out for new, all new gear that's coming through. So we want you guys to, if you're going to get an opportunity to get some of this stuff, I would definitely get it. Spring.com. Let me share the link to it. You guys can all have a look. And of course, it is September, so if you guys want to just subscribe to the channel and help out directly through Twitch, that is spectacular. I broke my fucking thing. I'm the worst sales guy when it comes to myself. Aha. So we're going to be changing all this stuff. How do we go back to the main store? Oh, here we go. All this work for the plug. I think that's the right link.
So it's spring.com. That's Creator Spring. It's weird, it only pulls up the one shirt. And there's like all kinds of different shit. I don't know if that link works for you guys or not, but I'm just gonna post this again and hope for the best. Like I said, at least check it all out. Let me know what you guys think. We're gonna have new stuff coming for the Afterwork special. That'll be happening very soon. We're gonna have a bunch of new artwork that's been created that's have to get converted into digital format so we can get those printed out. We may or may not stay with spring. I'm not too sure yet. So far we've had pretty good quality from all the stuff that we've gotten, but I've also ordered a lot of the demo stuff, which was lower grade to begin with. So I haven't had a chance to order any of the stuff that's at full price. So I'm also going to go ahead and adjust all those prices down as soon as I can get there and get that sorted out. So yeah, stay tuned for that. I think we had pretty much everything dialed down about as low as we could reasonably get it. Yeah, it's pretty out there. Alright, so we've got Nervous Nugs, Stonebrick, and Bongwater. Anybody else wants to get in? We're going to go ahead and roll this now so I can get out of here. We have 50 seconds. Ooh. It is just spring. What the fuck? I don't understand what's going on with this stupid thing. Oh, here we go. Nervous Nugs taking the lead right away. I'll get this figured out after the stream. Dude, this is a sickle neck and neck battle all the way. Oh no, it's got death holes. These are just pure chaos. Oh fuck, that was the end of me. Goodbye. This is a torturous path. And Nugs was like straight stolen in first place, just holding that shit. So get wrecked, noob. Loop. Uh-oh. Did she get out? Nice. Watch out for the hole. Jeez. These tracks are dangerous. the end right here?
What the shit, dude? What the fuck was that? That was the single most bullshit race ever. And then it was 2 in a row? I can't even run that.
Alright, let's see who's live right now. We've got Plug's doing Starfield. Let's see now. Vampire Assassin, creating on TV. So we should probably raid out here in a minute so I can get going. What do you guys think? What are you guys thinking or feeling? Are any of you guys going live? Who's here? Like I said, I appreciate you guys coming for this whole kind of wild ride. It's a little bit different, and I'm not sure how to really how to feel about this whole conversation. It was pretty weird. I like talking about these things and trying to figure it out. I do have to leave. Yeah, we're gonna run this. I'm gonna run this track because nobody won. That was miserable. Absolutely miserable. We all died. Everybody get in. Get the last one in on this, and then we'll raid out somewhere else. We'll find somebody awesome. I guess part of what I'm feeling weird about it is I feel like it was generally a pretty good conversation. I didn't get to get into everything in as much detail. I got a little bit diverted on a few things. I'm going to have to listen through again and take notes and figure out what I liked and didn't like. It's part of one of the reasons why I want to do this on stream is because I was trying to sort some of this stuff out. That's, I think, what the important part about it is we try to sort it all out. Make some sense of it. I think a lot of people really want to play the whole, God's real versus God's not real versus all that kind of bullshit. And I think fundamentally we have a lot more deeper problems and questions than whether or not God is real. I think the questions we need to ask are, what is the nature of this relationship that's to be had, that's sought to be pursued? And how is the nature of that relationship? How does that deviate from the philosophical applications presented through the narratives, in the Bible? Because a lot of this shit doesn't kind of make fucking sense together. You know what I mean? It feels very much like the whole God needs your spaceship thing. Which again, to sum the whole thing up, brings me back to the whole, why does God need my spaceship? So I very much appreciate everybody letting me kind of go on that rant about it. Probably should have put that as the title of the stream, is why does God need a spaceship? But I think the more important aspect is the embodiment of the philosophical concepts that we need to treat each other's neighbor as ourselves. We need to be good to one another. We definitely need to be good to one another and treat us as we would ourselves, and that includes not just patience. That includes, being able to speak up about things, be like, hey, no, this isn't right. I think that's just about as important as being able to know how to obey well. Knowing when to question judgment and question situations, I think, is incredibly important. I think it's a hard ability to learn how to do also. But it's one thing I really want to hope. I really hope for us to all develop here. Do you want to let's start the countdown, folks? And then if you want to join in, feel free to join in. Exclamation point play. I think the reason why it's very important to understand a lot of these things is that when you spend some time thinking about kind of the great evils of the world, or the great evils even in your own heart, or the things that you've experienced and seen and encountered, the hardest thing to do is how to go into these situations with a certain level of compassion and understanding. Because I think a lot of the instinctual human reaction to just wrathfully and violently destroy things is probably one of the main reasons why the world is in the current shape that it is, because we've once again kind of unleashed those reflexes, and now we're forced to deal with the consequences of that. And one thing that has to do with is how we express our anger and being upset, and how we hold that in juxtaposition to the ones that we love and the ones that we care about, the ones that we sacrifice for. And I say that in a very real sense, in that, when you have a party for your friends, and you go and you buy food and you cook dishes and you spend all this time preparing for that, and then setting everything up, gathering everybody together, and going through that whole experience, that's several series of sacrifices that you're making for people that you very much love and care about, and in a lot of cases adore and look up to. And so there's a certain level of exchange that happens there, in that you're trading your resources for their presence. And so the reciprocation of that is very important, I think, in a lot of aspects, and it can be rough, especially when we're dealing with anxiety and stuff like that, and dealing with hard times. But I think when you're around the right people, and around people that you can be comfortable around, that it works out. And I think once you spend enough time being with people that you're comfortable with, you can eventually develop an ability to learn how to be around people that make you uncomfortable, very possibly. And that really depends on how and what situation that you're in, and the nature with which you're having to interact with people in. The human experience is really hard, and it's really rough, and I think we always try to come up with shorthand ways to pass wisdom along, and learning how to preserve that wisdom is probably one of the harder parts, one of the harder things that we've had to figure out in human existence. Because even carving, you can carve the greatest story ever into stone. That doesn't mean that the language is going to be kept by the people to know what the fuck it means. And I mean know what it means from the point of view of understanding the sentiment. If I'm dying. How did I make it to the end? Really? Wait, did Bongwater make it? Bongwater just said, nice. Dude, I made that to the end of the wind? What? It was rigged from the start. I guess if there is one thing that I can definitely say that I believe in is the unique phenomenon of humans taking care of one another, and humans loving each other in spite of and sometimes because of our differences. I would say in a lot of cases, all of our little differences to each other can, in a lot of cases, endear us to one another, because we all share the same aspects that pull us together and that bind us, and that hold us, the aspects and the thoughts and the philosophies and the sentiments that keep us together as friends, as a tribe, as an organization. I don't feel right ending on me winning. That feels weird to me. I want one of you guys to win. This is bullshit. We needed more people. There's no reason I should have won that. Mostly because tonight I've won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I won fucking 6 of them. Are you kidding me? But yeah, I'm gonna leave it. I want somebody else to win besides me, please. At any rate, part of, I think, the important part, and one of the things that's kept understood by a lot of the religious organizations is that you have to keep a space that's safe, that you're willing to have the communication about these things. And it's ironic because a lot of religions, once they get to a certain size, they become dogmatic. They no longer have that safe space to share their critical ideas and their critical thoughts. And it could very well be that we're just in a nascent enough form that we're small enough that that's not the case. But I wonder if that happens when groups become a certain size or not. If that just happens. Well, this is the structure that we have because this is the structure that we maintain. I think one of the most important places with which we need to maintain a fluid identity comes with our understanding of our group identity. That is the ultimate fluidic identity with which that we need to understand how we move within that group structure has to constantly change. And how we work with each other has to change. Because there's certain times that we need certain people to be the boss. Like whoever is... Just because someone's right all the time doesn't mean that they have to be right all the time, or doesn't mean right that they should, or that their idea should be. I mean, realistically, when you're able to pull from a larger variety of thoughts and processes and perspectives, I think you stand far more to gain from that. I mean, you never know what the right answer where the right answer will come from, or who will have the ability to generate that right answer. Like, one of the things I really appreciate, for instance, is Nervous Nugs always comes in with all of just very interesting ideas. She always comes in with a great opportunity to let's keep playing, let's keep doing the mission, let's do the thing, and it's part of just how you go about it. Natural Queen Bee, you had another one say I love. I start talking about you guys, and I hate calling you guys out. I feel really weird about it, but it's one thing that I've noticed is that you all have this ability. Bongwater does this, where Bongwater will show up and will start a play fight just to have fun with it, just to rile me up, just to watch me go. I mean, literally, the sound effect for Bong is just my being upset, and he loves it. It makes him happiest boy on the planet. I know. Tell me about it. Well, I won the last mission. I don't want to win this one, so. God damn it, Bongwater! See what I'm saying? And Bong loves this. And so, for us to understand the spirit of each other as a culture, as a group, I think is very important. And that's where it's important to understand. I think that's where a lot of these, understanding all the different stories, not just anyone's from just one fucking book. You shouldn't read from just one fucking book. And like, for instance, the Bible isn't one book. The Bible's a collection of books, all fucking sutured together. But even still, you can't pull from one compendium. And even likewise, you shouldn't pull from even just one library. And now with the advent of the World Wide Web and our ability to communicate together and work together as a collective, I think we owe it to each other to share this, the wisdom, and in my case, what I can do for you all is share a space with which we should be able to share these conversations and to be able to battle these things out. If for nothing else than to test our own ideas and be able to figure out, because I always bring ideas to you guys, not because I think that I'm right, but because I want to test against your guys' perspectives to see what's wrong with my ideas, so that way I can develop to become the best ideas I can possibly get. And if I do that, and every time I do that, I learn so much from you guys. It blows my mind. There's no other word for it. And so
you guys giving me the audience and the opportunity, and then presenting me with all the challenges. Dude, how did Nervous Nugs get just yeeted off? What the fuck? That was dangerous, but like I said, I really appreciate it because you guys bring me the hardest questions, and for my little pea brain, I enjoy this type of thought process. Like, I enjoy trying to dig in and delve in and trying to just to figure it out, and make it make sense. And I love you all for this because we can have fun doing the dumbest shit on the planet. How many of our streams do we spend doing the literal dumbest shit on the planet? The vast majority of them. And I'm an advocate for such a thing because I think we need that kind of release. We need to play. We need to be able to get the shit out. We need to be able to sort through it and have a good time. I think when we take this moment to be a community together and to share these experiences and to share our stories and go through this, that is truly in its actual purest form to be one with God, because we are one with each other. We become this whole experience. You guys help me understand me better than I would have understood myself otherwise. And you guys help me understand things from your perspectives that I would have never understood otherwise. I never could have encountered otherwise. Dude, Bongwater just got yeeted to death. What the fuck? I swear to God, if I win this one, I'm going to lose my shit. But, like I said, you guys taking the chance and the opportunity to sit with me through this kind of a conversation is pretty far out. Like, I'm thoroughly impressed with you all. I don't know if the viewer count chat, if that says who's there, is actually there. I only know who's there, who's in chat. But for any and all of you, for those of you lurking, for those of you hanging out, I'll never be able to thank you so much.
The game was rigged from the start.
This whole fucking day has been... How the fuck has this whole day been rigged? Bro, I'm at 7 now. Alright, at this point, I'm gonna roll one more and see if I get 8. If I get 8, then I really don't know what the fuck to say. At this point, I'm with Bongwater. I'm like, this whole fucking day is rigged. Like, I feel now the same way that Bong... Like, Bong has been beating my ass for literal, like, weeks. Like, just absolute, just oninating me. And then it's like today I just all caught back up all at once. Like, my bro, I'm so sorry. Bongwater, I love you so much. I love battling with you so much, my bro. On all of the different level endeavors that we get to. On all of everything. All of our little contests. It takes... You guys have really helped me embrace the spirit.
You, and I miss you.
I feel like you guys have helped me embrace the spirit of competition really well, which is something I have a hard time with in real life. I don't feel... Because a lot of times I don't feel like I'm something that can compete. And realistically, I don't win a lot. I usually win the ones that matter. That's the thing. I always win the ones that matter. But I that's not me, dude. That's not me cooking it up. That's not me knowing what the fuck I'm doing. That's just... It's part of the reason why I definitely entertain the concept of the divine. Because there's no fucking way I could plan this shit out. And there's got to be other shit at work doing it. Now, one thing I'm not so naive about is I know not all of those things are my benefit and to my well-being. And that's where I start having questions. Because, of course, not everything's supposed to be for my well-being. I mean, obviously, if you're sacrificing things, you're giving something up. But that's very different from a conscious, you giving things up. And this is part of the process. I mean, I guess it's different with a conscious deal versus an unconscious deal. And part of, I think, maybe what some of this thing is trying to get us to reconcile with is some of these deals you even have to make on bad faith. And they will still turn out okay. And, for instance, the whole fucking Noah story. You build your fucking ark and you live in the middle of a desert, you moron. And then the fucker floats down the fucking arroyo and he's okay. Like, some of these stories are like super fucking bullshit. It hurts. It really, it's... Why the fuck would you make this shit? You know what I mean? This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. And then, you know, you get rained out in a 1,000-year fucking flood and the goddamn house moves just down the fucking arroyo. And now you're by the river instead. Or I guess in the case of Noah, they ended up on Mount Sinai or some shit. Oh, Mount Ararat. I think it was some shit like that. Anyways. It's all fucking stories, my guys. And that's what I'm trying to get to you guys. But just because it's a story doesn't mean it's not valuable and there's not some cool shit that you can get from it. And I don't know if you guys want me to dig in on some of this stuff and kind of tear some of these narratives apart. If that would be amusing or not. Because like I said, I'm definitely more of an entertainer than... I mean, if we kind of stack up everything, I'm definitely a little bit more of an entertainer than an educator. I definitely fit into the edutainment range. I don't know. Educational information. I don't know how to fucking do this shit. I don't mash words together and shit. I just mash them together in sentences that barely make sense. But like I said, if it's something that would relatively entertain you guys, it's something that I would be willing to entertain. And I could try my best at some of these things. And not even necessarily biblical stories, because I love origin stories of all kinds, all through history. Like, I'd be willing to even look some different ones up and try and read some shit. I keep promising you guys that I'm going to read you Isaac Asimov's The Last Question, which is actually extremely pertinent to what we're talking about. And some of the more controversial theories that I have regarding the nature of God, which might be kind of interesting. And I can preface all of that with the quote, why does God need a spaceship? So, with that understanding, and if you guys are down with some of that, then we can talk some more of that. Of course, we can talk some more of that in Discord and shit like that, but I love the whole UFO thing. I love the whole cryptid thing. I love all of these other kind of weird, nonsensical, ridiculous, fantastical things that don't make sense, that kind of contradict logic in a lot of ways. So I'm willing to delve into all kinds of this shit. I get a little bit reticent because people get scared, and sometimes I'm worried how people are going to react, and people are just going to tune out or run away. But you guys let me just straight run off on God for 4 hours, and the vast majority of you are still tuning in. So if I can go into the scariest story of all time and not run you guys off, I think I can start talking about UFOs and Sasquatch and shit, and you guys are going to be okay, right? Like, if we can go as deep as talking about God, I think we can talk about Cthulhu and fucking everything else. So that's one thing that's nice about having the topic of religion being as controversial as it is, and having the fact that talking about religion is so controversial as it is if as a people we're able to kind of go through that whole experience and kind of get past it, then I think we can talk about just about anything else and be okay. Because if anything will get you canceled, it's talking about God. Which is kind of weird that that's a thing. But yeah, no. UFOs, fucking aliens, time travel. I have some weird rabbit holes to take you guys down that are particularly strange, that I'm not sure how to present them, to be completely honest. What the fuck just happened? Dude, Nervous Nux is gonna absolutely steal this shit. She's winning the fuck out of this. Who's next up? Bongwater's the next up. But yeah, like I said, it's being able to talk about the most controversial things is very difficult. So being able to have people with a healthy spirit to be able to digest and talk about these things. You are just the living history channel? Oh my fucking god, Bong. Do you want me to tase you? Like, god damn it, Bongwater! That's
That's dead ass with the spirit of what's happening. And of course you won, which makes me happiest boy on the planet right now. Bong water. I'm gonna take the feng shui of that arrangement to go to what you're saying is right, is that in fact I am the Living History channel, which I'm not really rightly sure how to take that. That's like the single greatest compliment that I've ever been given in my streaming career, and simultaneously, because I know it came from you, it's also the greatest insult that could possibly be delivered. And thus, I'm feeling so roasted. I want to go take an ice bath right now. But yeah, I'm gonna definitely chew on all of these thoughts and everything that we've talked about. For you, it is a great roast, but it's also like the highest compliment you could deliver. Like, because I know how it is. It's the satirical, just nature of our what do they call that? I try to think of the words for this shit. It's funny because my brain's fucking, yeah, it's very out there different. I love the History Channel. You love the History Channel. We love the History Channel. So to be able to, we get to delve in and participate in this conversation that used to be relegated for us when we were children, was relegated only for the television, was only relegated for these experts and people far beyond us that were, we could never touch, we could never go there. But if we can be willing to take the time, if I can be willing to be bold enough to take the time to, I've been working really hard trying to learn how to script content for you guys, and everything I've written is fucking garbage. This entire conversation came from me presenting myself a challenge and a prompt. And that challenge was, what would happen if we talked about God from the most controversial angle possible? And I did that. I really do think that we presented it in some of this form, and especially for this audience, and for me shitting bricks through the entire conversation. I think we did that, and I think we actually presented a lot of reasonings and a lot of arrangements for the type of power structure that I believe in that would warrant the necessity of a performative God, for like a God the butler. And then how I do not believe in that. I very much believe in how the natural order of the entire universe moves, and intelligence. I don't even know if it's intelligence, but it's what intelligence comes from. It's what consciousness comes from. It's something else. It's where senses come from. It is not the same thing as like a voice, like a sound, a hand, a touch, a smell. Anything that can be felt by those senses that tells you to believe that it created everything cannot be God. That much I know to be certain. But more importantly, I think we all have an ethic in and amongst ourselves where we want to look out for each other, educate each other, enrich in each other, make ourselves better, and then formulate tribe when there was no tribe. This entire stream and everybody hanging out here and everybody gathered up is people that want to come together, and most of what we talk about is trauma. We talk about terrible shit on this fucking show. I don't think about it happens a lot, but then I go and I watch all the VODs and go through stuff, and whether it's me telling stories or you guys coming and telling me stories or how we go about this, we go over really deep shit here. We go over shit that you're supposed to go talk to fucking clergymen about, and you fuckers come to me. And so here I am, some fucking asshole in the desert with some sticks, like just being like, well, fuck, huh? That's most of what I can come up with about shit. And it's really weird when we start going, because I love stories, so we start going into old stories to figure out what happened. And I feel like the truism of those who don't understand history are doomed to repeat it is very much probably the grand curse of our generation, because we got to see history played out for us, for instance on the History Channel and all these other things, that removed us so much from that experience
And because for the vast majority of us, we didn't grow up in tight enough family relationships where you were able to hear the original stories straight from the horse's mouth of what happened, then none of us really understood what the fuck went down. And so for each of us, I think learning how to subsist and get around through everything that's going on and going wrong and terrible, and learning how to endure the experience of suffering, and to what end and why do we have to endure this? And part of it is we have to endure it until we figure out a better means of living to sort that out. Part of that means we have to develop technology. Part of that means that we have to make friends with one another. We have to communicate. We have to create understandings. We have to create alliances. And part of that ability is we have to sacrifice some of our own individuality, in that we take away time from ourselves to enjoy other people and to share thoughts and emotions and feelings. Hi, Mama. How are you doing? You just barely joined us? I've been going on for fucking 4.5 hours talking about God in different ways, shapes, and forms. And we kept invoking your name, and I was wondering when my mom was going to show up.
And I miss you.
I really need to get on the road to Los Lunas. I've been needing to go for about 2 hours now, 2.5 hours now. We keep playing marbles, and I just keep talking, and we keep going on about all of this. And not that we're trying to solve the problem of God or anything, mind you. We're it is one of those very, very unique things that you can never describe how strange the universe is and how wild the universe is. And I love stories. Like I said, I keep reiterating how much I love stories and how much you can learn from stories and the ability to read through narratives. And you don't know how wild the world is until someone tells you the story. And then when they tell you the story and you learn how wild the world is, you're like, usually the number one response people give is, no way. Just, no way. God's not a problem. Our perception is just gets obscured. Well, no, what I mean is by the God problem of what the fuck is this that we're talking about. And I presented and gone over the why does God need our body as a spaceship? The Star Trek example. There's a lot to reiterate and kind of go over. I was actually going to raid out to somebody else. I've been trying to raid out, but nobody's on that I want to raid into. Really. I mean, there's Plug we could all go raid into. But I mentioned that like 3 times and no one said anything. So. But like I said, it's how we perceive our understanding of not just... It's beyond even what our perception of... We should raid Vantron. I know. You were getting ready to go live? Well, that's... Like I said, there's reasonings and logic for things beyond which we do not know. We don't always know what's going on, but things work out. Part of it is the human ability to see opportunity in situations that would otherwise be non-opportune. I think that's very, very important, and it seems to be a reflex that people do. People just do the thing. Why did my mom hop on when she did? I don't know. Did my brain communicate to her telepathically through the whole ether and she knows? With me and my mom, I would argue yes. Because we definitely have a relationship like that. We know what the fuck's happening at any point in time. My mom straight called me as I'm having full-on mental breakdowns. We haven't talked in weeks. She just calls me up. What's wrong? I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you calling me? What's happening? I'm like, how did you know something was wrong? She's like, well, you answered the phone and you sounded like you were losing your tits, so I would say you're having a bad day. No, that's more like how I would say to her the response back. I'd be like, Mom, what the fuck happened? Are you okay? Is the house flooded again? What do we have to fix? And in most cases, that's not the case. In most cases, I think a lot of us just need to be heard out. And I think the hardest part is we feel so isolated and alone that we don't feel that we have that capacity to speak these things out and get these things kind of out of our head and sort it out and make sense of it. And so I feel like in the case of a lot of like para-Christian cultures and stuff, you get the concept of God being a shared spirit in between everybody
that facilitates communication is really where that comes from. And in a lot of other cultures, it's really just looked at as the spirit of hospitality. How hospitable are you being to both yourself and those around you to share your experiences, your feelings, your emotions, what's going on, and how can we gain and all grow from the sharing of these experiences. And ironically, how can we grow from the sharing? Because what I find more interesting, that's kind of weird, people share sad stories or bad stories or things that go wrong or things that were terrible, and everybody who hears the story of the tragedy grows. And then by simultaneous and by fucking paradoxical opposite, you get people that tell the story of these comedies that happen, these really silly things that kept perpetually popping up or whatever, and that heals the soul too. People laugh and they cry and they go through the whole human experience. So the human ability to tell stories to one another seems to be the magical antidote in a lot of cases to a lot of our problems. Not that it solves them magically and fixes them like by itself, but in some cases having the ability to just communicate with one another and share, this is how I'm feeling, this is what I'm going through, this is the vastness of what's happening, and am I the only one that's feeling it? And the answer to that more often than not is no, you're not alone. We're all not alone. We're all fucking going through the same bullshit. Everyone's losing shit that they can't understand, having to sacrifice things that they didn't understand. Whatever the case is going on, there's a lot of them. And we might not be able to see ourselves. We might not be able to do the math. So, all right, everybody, I'm pressing exclamation point play. Join in on marbles right now. I'm gonna start the countdown. You have 60 seconds. My mom is up, so we can go right into her channel here in a minute. And imagine once I get my mom set off on this, she's gonna go off for hours, and just you fuckers wait for the ride. I forgot your sound is coming through my stream because I don't want to miss you. Well, that's fine. I'll keep talking for just a minute, and I'll shut the fuck up and read out here in a minute. We're almost at, what are we at? I've got 3 minutes. Can you guys give me 3 minutes, I guess? We'll get through this race. But yeah, like I was saying, it's, for us in the modern culture, it is very much looked at and perceived of as the God problem. And I don't know if that's the way to really, hashtag that shit or trademark that shit to where it's understood, but it seems like that's the way to look at it. You have that, and then that's coupled with all of us trying to figure out what the fuck does any of this mean? Why the fuck is this happening to us? And what can we do about any of it? And I don't think it's, at least for me, it's not. None of it makes sense right off the bat as to what the fuck I can do to solve any of it. The immediate thing that I can figure out that I can do is to share wisdom that I have, to share patience and time, to hear you all tell me your stories, what's going on, what's happening, and to relay what I've heard from the others that came before me that have shared my experiences, or that shared experiences and shared their stories, as we all do and have. I think the human ability to share stories and to find meaning in all of these stories and narratives, like you said, the ability, like I said in the first place, my first axiom relay that I had about it was that we have to accept that all lies are formulated with some basis of truth, and for any lie to be validated as truth, it has to contain a certain like quantitative amount of truth in it. And so therein, any lie itself explains itself as a lie by presenting the truth in which it's formulated, if it can be digested down enough and chewed enough, which is, it's arguably one of the sentiments that is shared through the Bible in how you're able to process the stories in it. Because each one, like I said, and it's not just the Bible, it's really any fucking collection of stories that you look at, depending on how you digest them, if they're deeper, the deeper the content that is, the longer it takes for you to digest everything through and out. And then the more times that you digest that information, the more information you're able to get from it.
and apply that to a wider variety of situations. That to me seems to show a wide variety of practical utility, and that's probably something that we should definitely work towards, is being able to hand off as much information to each other that's of valuable practical utility as possible. And in that way we enrich each other's lives and make each other, I don't know if it's better people necessarily. I think we're the people that we are. I think we can choose to act better, and we can love other people, and we can love ourselves more, because Nervous Nugs won. Ooh. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. I'm okay with Nervous Nugs winning as the last winner. She can win as the last winner. She can have the last word. Fuck yeah. What do you guys think of that? Please join my voice chat on... Oh, fuck. Here we go. You guys ready for the next hat? Let's do this. Mama.
Just back in.
Hello. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me turn off your sound from your stream.
Are you having to shut down the stream and restart again?
Oh, wait, I have to do it on Twitch, duh.
What are you doing?
Can you still hear me now that I turned off your
Yes.
sound?
Yes.
Okay, for some reason I'm not getting my game to go through on OBS. I mean, here, let me unplug this cord and I'll plug it back in.
For
my
the
Elgato
capture card?
Yeah.
Unplug all of the speakers? Like all of them? Oh, do you have a headset plugged into the PlayStation?
No.
Or the Xbox? What are you playing?
I just have my, let me double check if nothing else is plugged in. Because it does sound a little weird.
Was it? So sound isn't coming through the capture card, and it's also not going through a headset right now, right? No headsets plugged in?
Hold on. Okay, I re-plugged it in. No, I can't get, what I can't get is the Elgato game capture on the OBS. It's not. Oh wait, I think I know what to do. No source selected. So I need to Are you still there, Stone?
Yes. I am here.
I can't unselect it and then reselect it because it's saying I don't have anything selected. Oh wait, deactivate it.
Yes.
Activate.
Yes.
I fixed it.
Hooray!
Bantron is learning.
I believed in you the
It's a
whole time,
computer.
Mama. The whole time.
No, I had a controller. Where did it go? Welcome in, everybody.
Oh my god, it's gonna rain. Alright, can I raid over now? Are we good to go?
Yeah.
And of course, I can still talk in your chat a little bit. I don't mind at all, but...
Yeah, that way you can help me get adjusted.
Let's get everybody over there to my mom's, and we can hang out over there, because my mom is fucking awesome. Here we go.
Blessed Mendoza. Hello, sweetie.
Let's get Vantron Mark 0. We're going to start the raid. We're going to go over there. I was fucking off in 76. I bet you got disconnected.
That one broken skateboard said, how many tech difficulties does that make since the start now?
Jesus.
Just the one.
All
I
of them.
fixed it.
This is the home of technical
Here's
difficulties.
my friend Blessed Mendoza.
Blessed? What's up, Blessed? How's it going, Mendoza?
Killer music.
How you doing? Let me see, now we're rating in. Oh, is that The Witcher? Yeah, fuck yeah.
That is intense. I love it.
The Witcher's awesome. Oh my god, I was playing. Wait, last thing I was playing was 76.
There's
but-
Stone Burke.
Ah, mama.
Turn your headsets down.
My headset? Oh. it's
No,
all-
your clip's playing.
Oh, that's from back playing Sea of Thieves. Jesus, that's ancient. That's like way back in the day. That's like back when the stream barely even worked. Not like the stream works great now.
I'll join on Bongwater and... Oh, I thought you guys were all in the game for some reason.
It's weird how it grabs all of these clips that exist from like all over time that I don't remember anybody ever grabbing. So
Yeah, I have that same thing. We were doing shout outs. What I want to know is what's under my butt. It's lumpy. And no, it's not my butt. Although, yes, that is lumpy. I'll start I'll just join, I'll start a world, and Bong and Nugs can join. So how is everybody? How is blessed? Are you blessed? 'Cause I know you're a blessing. And Harbinger, we used to play on PlayStation, right? With the...
freaking Harbinger's here. I freaking love Harbinger. What is up?
Was that Xbox or PlayStation?